Hmm, Estos son mis ojos de sospecha. No me volví asiático de la noche a la mañana. Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente inicio de su semana, como de que no. Para toda la gente que, por supuesto, sigue lo que es todo lo, sin decir y poner etiquetas a nada, porque es como se debe, a toda la gente que está o que es afectada directa e indirectamente por lo del Papa, les mando un abrazote a todos ustedes y espero que estén bien. Esto lo único que puedo esperar. Para todos los demás, bola de degenerados que están acá, vamos a platicar de los mercados rápidamente. He estado debatiendo un poco en mí mismo si debería seguir haciéndolos, nadie me preguntó o a dónde llevarlos. Y la razón por qué es porque se siente muy aburrido esto. Y la razón por la que se siente aburrido es porque en realidad el mercado está muy divertido. En realidad lo que está pasando con la economía es muy divertido. Sé que no es lo mejor para todo el mundo, lo entiendo perfecto, está muy divertido, pero la propaganda está más fuerte que nunca. Y eso hace que cualquier cosa que digas a dónde va, la gente, y como no es instantáneo, es muy extraño. Me recuerda mucho cuando les decía yo en Emprendeduros, ¿no? En el 2020, 2021, y les decía, güey, China y Estados Unidos se están separando, por alguna razón estamos deglobalizándonos. Y en ese entonces era una teoría de conspiración, aunque era muy real. Sabíamos que estaban imponiendo aranceles, estaban básicamente imponiendo restricciones de trade, todo esto. Y la gente simplemente no lo toma en cuenta hasta que ya que pasó muchísimo tiempo, es como que "Güey, era muy obvio". Y es un poco lo que está pasando ahorita. Si se fijan, y les voy a contar ahorita mismo a todos ustedes qué es lo que estoy haciendo, porque el día de hoy estoy comprando pesos. Digo, estoy comprando dólares con mis pesos. Estoy cambiando una buena parte, una buena porción de mis pesos a dólares el día de hoy. Es parte de lo que quiero que entiendan, ¿ok? ¿Por qué? Todo el güey, Alejandro, ¿cómo vas a cambiar? ¿Cómo vas a cambiar tus pesos por dólares, güey? ¿Qué no estás viendo que es el colapso del dólar? Vamos a platicar de ello rápidamente. Uno, todo el mundo sabe, todas las noticias. Métete a YouTube en este momento y voltea a ver. Todo el mundo está hablando del colapso del dólar. El dólar ya se acabó, esto es el final del dólar, el dólar ya no tiene para dónde, el oro es donde todo el mundo está, ni siquiera hay tanto oro para satisfacer todos los ETFs que existen, el euro se está apreciando porque todos sabemos la enorme y potente economía de Europa que se dedica a producir vacaciones para todo el mundo. El euro está fuerte, está subiendo en contra del dólar. El peso mexicano está recuperando en contra del dólar. Y lo mismo con el euro. Y ahorita vamos a ver tablas, les guste o no, bola de caones, porque es muy importante. Simplemente entender dónde estamos parados. Todo el mundo te va a decir que el dólar está colapsando. Todos. Güey, ve los bonos. Ve los bonos, cómo está subiendo el rendimiento de los bonos, que no Trump quería que los bajara. Todo esto es simplemente lo que pasa todo el tiempo. Y esto es de lo que ya me aburrí. Porque una vez que ya y por cierto, yo me aburro cada que, es horrible esto. Cada que entiendo algo y lo llego a tener a cierto nivel, ok, ya me aburrí, ahora quiero aprender algo nuevo. Ahora, esto no quiero aprender nada nuevo. Lo único que no me gusta es simplemente ponerme en la posición estúpida en la que siempre me pongo, que es cotidiano para todos ustedes, pero ya me da igual. Antes era como de, ja, les voy a enseñar. Ya no me interesa. Está enseñado, dado, puesto, listo y aprovechado y sobre todo monetizado, que es lo importante, ¿no? Todos estos canalillos te pueden decir, no, es que esto qué va a pasar. Güey, vamos a hacerle caso a los grandes. Me estás diciendo que el dólar está a punto de fracasar. Me estás diciendo que, aunque sea una copia pega de lo que pasó en México cuando tuvieron el superpeso, pero en Estados Unidos, con empresas entrando con 100,000 millones de dólares como Taiwan Semiconductors en Estados Unidos, invirtiendo acá para abrir sus plantas y todo eso. Y yo sé que mucha gente y todos los expertos van a decir, Alejandro, pero no es lo mismo porque en Estados Unidos la mano de obra es muy cara y eso jamás va a cambiar. O sea, yo sé que en China todo es automatizado, pero en Estados Unidos tiene que trabajar tu tío Billy en esto y cobrar 100 millones de dólares y no van a usar robots. Entienden dónde están fallando todos en su lógica, me imagino, ¿no? Y eso es a nosotros, a la gente a la gente común y corriente en este momento en Estados Unidos les van a dar trabajo en construcción. Tienes que construir las fábricas para poner los robots, carnal. Eso es lo que toca en los próximos 2 a 3 años, mínimo. De ahí entran los robots, automatización, inteligencia artificial, la gran deflación que trae eso. Recuerden, tecnología es deflacionaria. Inteligencia artificial es esa misma tecnología deflacionaria, pero con un cohete en el culo yendo a la luna. Déjenme, me explico rápidamente. Antes de que existiera DoorDash, antes de que existiera Uber Eats, antes de que existieran todas estas empresas, ¿qué tan caro era pedir algo a un restaurante o que alguien fuera a un restaurante a pedirte comida? Tecnología, junto con Uber, por ejemplo, no redujo los costos de los coches, de los taxis, por ejemplo, por un rato. Tecnología es deflacionaria a través del tiempo y esto es algo que se deja muy poco mencionado en el pasado. Deflacionaria también va a ser en el caso, y un caso más potente va a ser cuando Tesla tenga estos coches, les ponga on y se vayan a todos lados a recoger gente. Es deflacionario porque esto va a cortar los precios de Uber, porque literalmente estás cortando a gente del camino. ¿Ok? Esta va a ser la gran abundancia que va a venir en años. Lo más difícil de todo esto para muchísima gente es quedarse y entender tiempos. Eso es todo. Cuando les digo, este no es el final del dólar y muy probablemente vamos a ver un rebote asqueroso en contra de todas las monedas, porque lo ha hecho todas las veces que esto pasa, todas. No hay una que falle. El peso fue el que me guió a este punto y es donde estamos parados en este momento. La cosa es, toma tanto tiempo en jugarse que la gente ve un movimiento a un lado y luego toda la publicidad apoyándolo y a la gente se le olvida que han pasado 10 días. Y no se mueve el mercado así. No se mueve el mercado así. En este momento, el dólar aquí abajo, con las otras divisas por encima, de nuevo, yo estoy cambiando mis pesos por dólares. Hoy, no todos, una gran parte. Yo voy a cambiar hoy una parte, no tengo muchos euros, pero de mis euros que tengo, los voy a cambiar a dólares. ¿Por qué? Porque está barato el dólar. Yo sé que todo el mundo te va a colapsar y se está acabando y es el fin del mundo como lo conocemos. Pero no es así, carnales. No es así. Ahora, ¿qué tengo para probar lo que les estoy diciendo? Tengo varias pruebas. Uno, Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett está apostando al dólar. Warren Buffett está apostando al cash. Me estás diciendo que el inversor más potente de toda la historia, y aquí es donde la gente se olvida. Warren Buffett es a quien la Reserva Federal, a quien el Banco de Japón le hablan y le preguntan, güey, ¿cómo ves esto? Si alguien sabe lo que está haciendo, porque tiene la mejor información, no porque se le esté chingando como Nancy Pelosi, pero porque es su trabajo hacer esto y poder comentar esto con los gobiernos de vuelta y darles feedback y decir esto es lo que está pasando por cómo entiende y cómo está metido en el sistema, tenemos que entender que Warren Buffett no es cualquier pendejo. Esa es una. Dos, cuando todo el mundo está de un lado en algo, y no sé si se acuerdan cuando todos estábamos con Bitcoin, de güey, ve todos los anuncios, no puede fallar nunca, ya no va a dejar de subir, va a llegar a 100,000 y no sé qué, y toma, güey, nos la metieron. No, el oro va a hacer exactamente lo mismo. Yo sé que todo el mundo les está vendiendo. El oro va a dejar a más gente pelona porque hace una acumulación a través de tanto tiempo. Ahora, el oro no va a colapsar, el oro va a tener un fondo por ahí de los $2,100, pero toda la gente que está metiendo absolutamente todo en oro por esa fiebre tan estúpida en este momento, no va a quedar bien. Si ya tienes ganancias en oro, no te intentes pasar. Estamos en ese punto de inflexión económico alrededor del mundo. Ahora, rápidamente para que entiendan dónde estoy parado con mi cabeza en los mercados. Estoy esperando un rebote potente. Dentro de todos los mercados bajistas, yo considero que esto es un mercado bajista. Dentro de todos los mercados bajistas, tenemos los mejores rallies a la alza, los mejores en esos mercados. Y pasan lo más rápido posible, dan la mejor cantidad de retorno y después caen una vez más. Ese tipo de escenarios es el que yo estoy planteando, en el que estoy en este momento y es como estoy jugando el mercado. ¿Por qué va a haber un rebote en la bolsa cuando todo el mundo está viendo a la bolsa abrir hoy en negativo? Porque lo que están haciendo con lo de los aranceles de Trump, con la idea de que los aranceles de Trump son lo que va a destruir a Estados Unidos, etcétera, lo que están haciendo en realidad, es mi punto de vista, y es lo que está pasando. lo que están haciendo con los aranceles y la plática de aranceles es haciendo que todo el mundo gaste, porque el gasto cayó como nunca hemos visto en los últimos 6 meses, como nunca lo hemos visto. No, nunca, o sea, nunca. En los últimos 3 meses ha sido exagerado y ha explotado todavía la alza. Entonces, recuerden, Elon Musk nos ha dicho, no me gusta hacer las cosas rápidas, me gusta hacerlas lentas. Yo sé que todo el mundo cree que Donald Trump es el presidente, etcétera, y que Elon Musk, o también si tienes, obviamente, si estás bien lavado de la cabeza, que Elon Musk es el presidente malvado de Estados Unidos, etcétera. Pero si tenemos a Elon Musk trabajando en un bien común, o en un fin común, no voy a decirle bien, y eso es a ayudar a Estados Unidos a crear una nueva forma de gastar, ser más eficiente, etcétera, para lo nuevo que se viene en este mundo. Les vengo a decir esto, vamos a estar ante un rebote en los resultados. Primer trimestre fue malo, segundo trimestre nos va a dar sorpresas. ¿Por qué nos va a dar sorpresas? Porque todo el mundo estuvo y fue a comprar estupideces con lo de las tarifas, con lo de los aranceles. Te van a poner aranceles, ve a comprarlo antes que todo el mundo. Se le va a olvidar a la gente, este rip nos va a llevar a donde nos vaya a llevar y después va a volver a caer. Ahora, esto no estoy diciéndoles que vayamos a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. No lo creo personalmente, no creo que eso vaya a pasar en Bitcoin, no creo que eso vaya a pasar en los mercados tradicionales. Lo que estoy diciendo es que vamos a tener algo que nos vaya a hacer pensar que vamos a llegar ahí. Y eso va a ser donde te quiten la alfombra y caigas a la siguiente pata. Ahora, si tenemos una siguiente pata para abajo en el mercado, importante entender esto, hay dos sopas en ese punto. Esa es el final de todo esto y estamos cerca. Personalmente, esto es lo más difícil de todo el mercado. Poder saber cuándo van a pasar las cosas es imposible. Tienes que ser paciente, tienes que ser un viejo sabroso al que no le importe absolutamente nada y simplemente poner tus apuestas en la mesa, voltearte y largarte. Porque si estás ahí viendo cómo está caminando la ruleta, ay, déjame la saco, déjame la pongo. No, es más fácil hacer esto con tranquilidad, con pensamientos fríos, cabeza fría, etcétera. Entonces, eh, estoy esperando un buen rebote potente en los mercados, simplemente cuando esto se vaya a dar. No, ustedes saben, yo empecé a posicionarme en este mercado con mi entrada en Tesla y ya de ahí no quiero compartir más, creo que es irrelevante, no importa, soy un pendejo y nadie tiene que escuchar ni aprender de lo que estoy haciendo económicamente para en mis malas decisiones, pero este es un mercado que me gusta. Por ahora está tal cual jugando como dije, está jugando 1-1, igual y estoy completamente mal, pero mínimo el resultado ha sido bueno, así que lo voy a tomar. Estoy esperando un rebote fuerte en los mercados. De ahí entraremos ya en la parte detrás de este año, donde en esa parte vamos a tener el colapso de los números de trabajo, de empleo. ¿Por qué lo vamos a tener? Porque simplemente van a entrar cientos de miles de personas que estaban en el sector público, que es el gobierno, contratados. Ya va a entrar ese despido oficialmente a través de lo que hizo Doge, etcétera. Y eso se va a llevar a todo el mundo entre las patas. Por eso no están hablando ya nada de Doge, de los cortes, nada. Nos vamos a enfocar en los aranceles, en todo eso que está pasando. El dólar se va a ir a cero y simplemente y rápidamente, antes de traerles a Farhan y Alex, les quiero enseñar esto con análisis técnico. Con análisis técnico les quiero poner esto en la mesa rápidamente. Un segundo, me voy a poner acá para que lo puedan ver mejor. ¿Por qué el peso está súper bien y vas a comprar pesos? Vamos a entender esto, lo tengo en la semanal. Yo creo que en la semanal se ve bien, ¿no? Voy a quitar mis indicadores, no son necesarios mis EMAs ni nada de esto. Quiero que entiendan esto. Peso mexicano, hace un año, abril del 2024, estaba aquí. ¿Ok? Eso es 16.45 dólares por peso. Peso fuerte. Ahorita todo el mundo en X ya está mentándome la madre. No, que el peso, el dólar iba a subir. Desde arriba el peso, desde el tope, ha perdido el dólar 7.66%. Importante, pero eso es parte de cómo se está moviendo el mercado. Desde dónde estamos ahorita a dónde estás ahorita, has perdido 20%. Eso quiere decir una quinta parte de tu valor en contra de cualquier persona que simplemente tenga dólares. En un año. ¿Alguien acá cree que está parado donde el dólar está colapsando y es el final del dólar? Y ahora, a la economía de México le va a ir de no mames por alguna razón comparada con la de Estados Unidos, cuando Estados Unidos literalmente está haciendo que gente cancele abrir fábricas en México, como la de Audi, por ejemplo, ¿no? Y traerla a Estados Unidos. Alguien me está diciendo que México va a tener una moneda más, porque esto se va a voltear completamente y va a ir para abajo, porque es lo que tiene que pasar. No, no va a pasar. Esa es una. Dos, bono a 10 años. Bono a 10 años, si estudiamos un poco de mercado, hemos visto el bono a 10 años absolutamente destruir. El bono a 10 años y lo que estamos viendo es básicamente el retorno en los bonos. Cuando está aquí abajo, que es marzo del 2020, este retorno es 0%, es cuando los bonos estaban pagando 0%. Estando en el tope de esto, el tope, octubre del 2023, es cuando llegamos a 5% y tuvimos que inyectar una gran cantidad de dinero a esto. Pero desde entonces podemos tener un argumento, porque antes de eso, desde el 2020, rápido para que lo vean, desde 2020, 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, hizo altos más altos, ¿ok? Entonces, todo este movimiento en el mercado más bajista de bonos de toda la historia fue este. Fue este. Y ahorita a la gente se le olvidó por completo que fue el mercado bajista de bonos más grande de toda la historia de Estados Unidos, incluyendo, todavía lo puedes contar hasta ahorita por dónde estamos, pero desde entonces, para la gente que no sepa leer tablas, se los voy a explicar súper fácil. Desde entonces, tuvimos el pico cuando Rey Dalio salió a advertirnos, tuvimos este y este que no han pasado este. Y esto lleva ya 2 años. Y acá es donde tienen que darse cuenta. En verdad, el dólar está a punto, está colapsando peor y se está acabando. No, 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 no. Esto va a ir para abajo y siguiente objetivo es muy para abajo porque vamos a una recesión. ¿Ok? Entonces, es muy importante que entiendan eso. El euro, aprovechen. El euro sigue en una tendencia bajista de no mames. No entiendo cómo se emociona la gente por ver esto. Esto es del 2008. 2011, 2013, 2018, 2021 y dónde creen que vaya a ser el siguiente pico. 2024, ¿ok? Y ha estado haciendo mínimos más bajos todo este tiempo. Entonces voy a refugiarme en el euro porque está... No, lo que está dándote en este momento son las oportunidades gigantes de comprar bonos, de comprar dólares, de comprar todas estas cosas, de salirte del oro cuando puedas. Y este repunteo de Bitcoin va acompañado de lo que estamos diciendo. Tienes un dólar débil en este momento que, de nuevo, está continuando la tendencia alcista a través del tiempo. Sí. ¿Dónde es esto? El 2011. Desde el 2011 el dólar ha hecho un alto, alto más alto, un alto más alto y ha hecho bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Y a menos de que te lleves los 89, sigue haciendo bajos más altos. Y es tan fácil, es así de fácil poder convencer a todo el mundo de una narrativa que absolutamente no tiene ningún fundamento y lo puedes ver enfrente de ti. O es que China le ganó a Estados Unidos. El yuan chino está cotizando lo más bajo en toda la historia en contra del dólar. En toda la historia, en los últimos 30 años. Alguien, y de nuevo, lo único que quiero es que vean sentido común lo que está pasando hoy. Es ahí donde nos falla. No estamos leyendo el futuro. En realidad, vivimos en el pasado si escuchamos las noticias. Y es donde estamos viviendo ahorita en el pasado. Entonces, ¿cómo puedes aprovechar estas oportunidades? Uno, eres trader. Este es el mejor mercado de toda la historia. Y es algo que les dije por un rato y que estoy obsesionado con y que me ha hecho una vida completamente diferente donde no tengo que hacer nada. Nada, nada, nada. Es la mejor vida de todo el planeta y puedo disfrutar mi vida como yo quiera por hacer esto. Y es la manera más fácil de hacer dinero de toda la historia. Está partiéndome la madre, Alejandro, el emprendeduro, abre este negocio. pon dinero acá, pon dinero allá, 5, 6X, 3X, 2X, a veces 30%. Y obviamente no todos los ganas, hay cosas fáciles. Y de nuevo, no estoy hablando de tradeando Bitcoin, estoy hablando de sabiendo cómo invertir. Es loquísimo y es lo que va a futuro porque va a haber menos posibilidades para nosotros de hacer dinero. Y también el aceleramiento de los retornos de estas inversiones, porque hace 30 años es lo que tomaba para agarrar $100, ponerlos en el mercado y que se volvieran $1,000,000. Ahora toma menos de 9 años. Entonces, hay grandes posibilidades acá. Una vez más, estoy comprando dólares con mis pesos, estoy comprando dólares con mis euros. No voy a comprar bonos del tesoro, yo no soy ese güey, no me interesa. Veo a mis cuates haciéndolo, felicidades, muy bien hecho. Tienen demasiado varo, bien por ustedes. Yo todavía no, estoy en ello, pero yo todavía no. Rebote de mercado, bien. Y simplemente el dólar. Una advertencia que les tengo para todos ustedes. Si Donald Trump llega a despedir a Jerome Powell, yo sé que todo el mundo lo vería como algo muy positivo porque la Reserva Federal va a hacer lo que Donald Trump, etcétera, quiera. Pero quiero que entiendan esto y se los dije y todo el mundo se burló de mí en X y nunca nadie regresó a decirme, nadie. Pero les dije, Gary Gensler, que era el güey del SEC que parece vampiro pelón, ese güey era completamente en contra de cripto. Desde que él empezó su guerra en contra de cripto, cripto subió como loco. ¿Qué pasó en cuanto fue despedido? Lo mismo va a pasar con Jerome Powell si es que llega a pasar eso. Solamente ténganlo presente, etcétera. Y listo. Vámonos con esto, damas y caballeros. Les tengo por acá, para empezar, para todos los que quieran o ya son traders que les saben chido o que tal vez no les sepan chido y estén empezando y quieran apoyarse con algo, una comunidad, absolutamente de manera gratuita, cáiganle a nuestro Discord. Se los recomiendo de 100. Este es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy y es completamente gratis. Todos los menús están aquí del lado izquierdo, súper fácil de entender. Está el enlace aquí abajo en la descripción. En X ahorita se los pongo acabando de hablar yo. Tienes los análisis de Alex, tienes los análisis de Farhan, tienes el chat general por acá para todos estar platicando. Y aquí es donde vienes, platicas con toda la comunidad. Preguntas que si estás equivocado en algo, si estás bien, si estás mal, cómo ves este análisis, te dan nuevas ideas. Ven a compartir cuánto dinero estás haciendo con nosotros, porque honestamente ha sido muy divertido este camino y estos tíos, pinche Alex y Farhan, están trayendo absolutamente todo el fuego y la lumbre por acá. Tony, un 74% menos. Tío. Hey, me gusta que compartan también la realidad. A veces no nos sale bien un trade. Yo ahorita estoy posicionando mi propia jugada en corto, en lo que el mercado sube, tengo mis objetivos altos. Entonces, estoy ahorita yo, por ejemplo, en negativos, pero no me importa porque espero que mi trade se dé de mi lado. Si no, prepárate a perder una buena lana, Alejandro. Tranquilo. Vengan a ver todos los enlaces que tenemos por acá o también si hay algo que estamos diciendo por acá que no entiendes completamente, dejamos la página de Criptolingo, es completamente gratis, de nuevo, solamente cosas que hablamos acá que tal vez no se entiendan. Y para todos ustedes que quieran aprender a cómo usar un exchange de futuros y poder tradear Bitcoin o cualquier otra cosa, aquí lo tienen. Vénganse a Elite Trading Academy. Esto es, de nuevo, absolutamente gratis. Le picas en tutos, tío. Cómo tradear con bluffing. Aquí tienes un videito de 5 minutillos. 5 minutillos, estás listo para absolutamente darle con todo y tienes aquí el enlace para que vayas directamente, abras tu cuenta, sepas cómo fondearla, cómo operar, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un long, etcétera. En bluffing con nosotros también tenemos BTCC. BTCC podemos tradear acciones, índices, Forex, por ejemplo, petróleo. Hay buenas cosas en este momento que se están dando perfecto para nosotros en este entorno, así que tenemos bluffing para criptomonedas exclusivamente y BTCC para cualquier otra cosa tokenizada. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Les traigo a Alex, a Farhan. Bienvenidos a Elite Trading Academy. Vamos a darle con todo. Bienvenido a toda la gente que ya está aquí con nosotros en el chat, por supuesto. Espero que estén muy bien. Mi Luis Cárdenas, Brian Martínez, Ramón, Juan, Osvaldo, Eder, Josué, Ángel, Julio, Ismael. Todos muy buenos días. Gracias por estar por acá. Vamos a empezar. Sé que AMD es la primera, pero Brian, vamos a empezar con Bitcoin porque no hicimos análisis la semana pasada, así que no los queremos dejar fuera. Good morning, boys. Good motherfucking
Buenos días, muchachos. How you guys doing? How's your weekend?
Yo, what up, boys?
Good. How are you? How was yours?
Pretty good. Celebrated my father's 60th birthday. It was a good time.
That's a young fella still. 60. Holy shit. Good for you. You fucking kids. You disgust me with your young age and your good knees and your good backs and hips. Fucking disgusting.
I'm gonna have to call cap on that good knees and good
I
back.
know that.
Good on good news.
It's been a fun weekend, especially with Bitcoin. Shit's moving around. Shit's moving. Can we talk about that and who wants to get started?
I'll share my screen first because I don't know if you saw, but I'm gonna have to head out like 30 to 45 minutes early to get to my flight.
Oh, how convenient, Warren. Wow, what a life, huh? What a fucking life. All right, throw it.
Yeah, Bitcoin this weekend. I mean, it is after actually specifically yesterday's daily close. I mean, it started to move, but you're getting that same correlation we had in early April where stocks are kind of still looking weak. Bitcoin's moving up, stocks still looking slightly weak. It's interesting.
We haven't talked about this, but the last screenshot I showed you where I was like, these are going to be my orders for shorts. I'm starting to collect that. I already got 2 orders that kicked in. And something that I've been learning is if one of the orders, because I'm using 2 different accounts, one of the orders, like let's say I enter at 86,500 right now, and I'm underwater on that one. And my next one was 87,800. So let's say that I'm positive on that one. The first one, if it goes back to 0, I'll take that money out and put it back on top so that I can DCA my way up and my way out of it on every opportunity. And it's been working so far, which I would have never guessed. But either way,
That's an
I'm
interesting
very
strategy.
excited.
So you take your first order that was red, break even, sell that, add to the one with the better entry. You'll still have a better entry from even the first order that you just sold on your
Absolutely.
very
Without
interesting.
losing any money.
Interesting strategy. Makes sense.
Never. I think it makes sense, but let's see how fucked I get. Okay, let's see how fucked I get first, and then see if it really makes sense. It seems too easy.
All right, I'm gonna start with the daily on Bitcoin. Now that thesis has been playing out, which I've been posting on Discord for the past like week or two, where
Sure.
we were looking for a move. I'm calling this a scam bounce, where we're getting a move up after we had tapped somewhere around $74,000 to try to get as many people to think that they caught this low. And the bounce to somewhere around this $85,000 area. Sure, it was a decent bounce. It was like from the bottom, like 13 to 15% up. But my whole idea behind this was 13 to 14% up after the start of a bear market. I don't think it's enough of a move to really think to get people to think that we're going to go back to new all-time highs. Because if you go back to the previous start of the bear market in 2021, late 2021. Let's see, it's going to take me a good minute to find it because this is a daily chart. There we go. July, December. All right. So we ended up getting this bounce from here, which ended up like it was a lower high. It didn't really do anything to the structure, but at this point, I don't know if you guys remember when price hit $32,000, basically all within 1 month after we confirmed that bearish divergence on the monthly in December of 2021, and we came all the way down to $30,000. And at this point, basically everybody was saying that we were going to go below 20, and like that would have been the target of the bearish divergence, but that would have been a little bit too easy. So what happened? From the low, we bounced almost 40% before we actually had the real move play out, and we went significantly lower. My idea right now is that scam bounce is playing out at the moment, which we are we are technically at resistance. So it's very arguable that the bounce has played out. I have posted on Discord that I have closed 75% of any long positions that I was looking for, because my main target was somewhere around $87,000. And $87,000, because it's the 100 EMA on the daily, is going to be resistance until it's proven otherwise. So no matter how bullish you are, even if you think this is going to go to the 90s, which I currently do think is going to go to the 90s, this is very high probability of rejection on the first tap around. And as of right now, we are rejecting it. And if we continue to reject it, I'd expect to move somewhere down to retest this 55, because this has been significant resistance this entire way through. Every single one of our lower highs was at this 55. Now we're starting to get solidly over it. So if we can, despite the fact that we reject this area, if we close over this 55, what's likely to happen is a little bit of a pullback, come back to this 55, and then I'd expect that move to take us into the 90s. It's not going to be clean. It's gonna be fucky for both sides. Take both sides out. Which right now I'm thinking it's taking out any of the late longs who tried to get up here whenever it broke $87,000. Got to fuck those guys over, bring it all the way back maybe $2,000 or $3,000 lower, and then put in the real move. And right now, what goes along with that is momentum is flipping up on the HPDR momentum and getting over the moving average, getting very close to the bullish control zone. While volatility is now starting to expand as well and getting over the moving average. So this is telling you that this is the volatility is supporting this move, and this is likely going to be an actual trending move instead of a corrective move. And right now, the jewel is still giving you the buy signal, and it's breaking into the bullish control zone. And you go to the 2-day. 2-day is now breaking into the bullish control zone on momentum, with volatility flipping up and expanding from 0%. Let's see the last time we had momentum freshly breaking up to the bullish control zone with volatility in that area. Right over here. Let's do another one. That would be this one. One more. Let's go to the bear market, actually. Get some bear market examples. So this is technically the start of the bull market, but who's counting, right? July of 2022. So this is one bear market example. Let's get one more bear market example. There we go. This was deep into the bear market, like basically 3 months before Luna collapsed. Bounced up 17.5%. This was right after Luna collapse. Still bounced up about immediately. It was, what is this number here? 18%, very close to the same number we had before, and then eventually about 23%. This one here. This was a bull market. This was an immediately move about 36%, then eventually 48% and 81%. But the only number I'm really taking seriously is the immediate move. This one, about 12%. This one was not much at all. 7%, 7.5%. So let's take somewhere between that 12 and 18% number from where we fired it off here. How much are we up right now? As of right now, we've seen a move of 4%. We haven't even seen the absolute minimum move that that this setup has given us, which was somewhere around 7 to 8%. If we take that, that would put us somewhere around $91-ish thousand. Kind of fits my bias. Now, if we were to take it to somewhere around that 12% to 18% number, 12% brings us right to 94,900. Basically fits my bias to a T. 18% would take us back to $100 to $1,000, and this happens, we're probably going to significantly new all-time highs, which I don't think will happen. So now, 3-day. And on the 3-day, you're also getting momentum flipping back to the upside, getting over the moving average. Volatility is so close now, expanding, getting right to the moving average. Maybe after one close, you're going to start to get volatility expansion in favor of momentum to the upside. And on the 3-day is giving you a buy signal on the jewel and is breaking out of the bearish control zone. This goes along with the 3-day finally getting over the median, for the first time since price was at like around $105,000. We've been solidly below that three-day median until now. We haven't gotten the close, so anything could happen. We have 10 hours to go, and 10 hours is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. So we could easily turn this 3-day candle into a shooting star, make it red, probably then nuke us down to somewhere around $64,000. But as long as we're over the median and as over this silver cross to the downside, it's more likely that we have something different going on, and we're probably going to test this last major lower high right here, somewhere around that $94,000 to $95,000 area, and that lines up right along with our 50% to 61.8%. Which what I'm thinking right now is when this candle closes in about 10 hours, this 61% is going to drop and probably line up almost to a T with this area right here, with this previous major lower high. And what my thinking is right now is if we get any tick over this previous lower high at 95,000, basically 95, to be safe, you could say 95,100, because it fluctuates based on your exchange. If you were to get anywhere over here, I would personally be not interested in any shorts anymore at all until you start to lose that this previous low right here, which is about $74,456. At that point, I would be switching more over to the not fully like all the way maximum Scott level bull, but I would be probably like 65 to 70% leaning to the bullish side at that point, which I strongly do not think this is going to happen. My bias is the same one that has been for the past couple of weeks. That we can continue up to retest this previous major lower high. Maybe we go very close to it. I just don't think we're going to take it. And this move is likely going to be a very fast and aggressive move too, because if you notice, we're about 1 week out from that bull move now. We only have 1 week left. These usually these moon cycles last 2 weeks until the 2 weeks for the bull one until you get the bear, 2 weeks for the bear one until you get the bull. Very close in about a week to get the bear moon. Within that point, you probably have put in that high testing somewhere around this zone. The bear moon comes out, bear moons mark local tops, and statistics give you somewhere around a 78% chance that that is going to play out, and you're probably just going to continue the downtrend from there. I said price is going down. Now I will receive death threats in my DMs. On the 5-day, momentum is flipping back up, getting out of the bearish control zone, getting right to the reset point. Very close. This is the decision time where if bulls can manage to hold this $87,000 area, specifically this 21 EMA, this is very likely going to break to the upside with volatility support from 0%. And that would take us to the top 38.2%, which is going to move. And it's likely going to move down as long as you're below it. And it closes in about 4 days and 10 hours. So if you can manage to get the breakout within that period, that would take you to $96,000, which would then take out this lower high and kind of put this whole downtrend into question. Don't think that's going to happen. Pretty sure. I can't see the future, so I can't say for certain, but I'm pretty sure this is going to drop down, just like how it did every single closure before, and line up with somewhere around this lower high area. And the 5 day is also giving us a buy signal within the bearish control zone. So at the very least, very, very least, you should get a decent bounce based off of that. Weekly is also flipping to the upside and getting over the reset point now, getting into the positive territory. And if we can get a close like this as we are right now, we are currently over the median. That will take us towards the bullish control zone. The jewel is going to flip into a buy signal on the weekly, and we will have a 61.8% chance of hitting that 38.2%, which once again, very likely to move down, which is like it has every single close before. And as long as you're below this number, it's likely going to move down. It would be very nice to see that next weekly open and see that 38.2% sitting at $94,500 or like $94,800. I'd be Randy Marsh with my bias all over my computer screen. 2 week right now is also very close to flipping back up, getting over the moving average and out of the bearish control zone. Of volatility is just about to start contracting. And what would confirm that volatility getting over the moving average and back out of the bearish control zone would be if we can close over this 9 EMA, which is right now at 91,000, basically $91,000 even, like 91.31. If you can start to close over that, that will take you towards somewhere a range between this 50% and this 38.2%, which once again, I'm thinking is going to move down. Maybe it doesn't move down. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe we go to new all-time highs, and everybody can make fun of me. Feel free, I deserve it, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think this is gonna move down somewhere around this breakdown zone, retest it, and then nuke. Because if you notice, we have lost this 38.2% on a close, and if you look at every single time we lose the 38.2% on a closing basis, we almost always come down to that 78.6%. Lost it here, 78.6%. If you go back to, let's see a bear market example. This would be the start of the bear market, came to that 78.6% before you got that bounce. 78.6% once you lost it became your resistance. It seems to be a very significant level on this 2 week. And that 78.6% right now sits at just about like $72,000. The significance of that would be that you're losing this last major low of 74,456. Once you start losing this last major low, that's probably when the capitulation happens. The same type of move that you saw right at the late December and early January of 2021, when Bitcoin just started basically just going straight down only from like $55,000 to $30,000 over the next 2 weeks. Very likely that's what's going to happen once you start to lose this $74,000 low. Monthly is now even starting to get even more bearish, with monthly flipping down on momentum, confirming bearish divergence on the monthly HPDR momentum. Volatility is now at 0%. Bearish divergence with 0% volatility is a recipe for pretty girthy green red dildo. As right now, we are bouncing, but you have 9 days and 10 hours to go. Anything can happen in those 9 days and 10 hours. If I do end up being wrong and this continues to hold as it is right now, then my whole scenario or theory of being in a bear market is going to be severely in question, and probably we're going to go to new all-time highs. Just don't think that's going to happen. I feel like we're going to go up to retest that low $90,000 area, and then this monthly candle is going to turn red. Switch over to index. And now on the quarterly, this is one of the scariest pieces of news. Quarterly is now freshly turning down on momentum, getting below the moving average, while volatility is on an expansion phase. Last time that happened was contraction right over right in this. Now that was still contraction right here. This was October of 2017, and that was the end of the 2017 bull market. Here we went up about, it was after it closed. So we went up about 24% after you had that signal happen, but then you dropped about 76% after that. Do we have it happen here? Yep, we had it happen right over here too, at the end of the 2014 bull market. And this one, you didn't even get a bounce. This one just went straight down about 75%. And on top of that, you have multiple rejections of this median. So as long as you're closing below the median, which is at $103,371, the HPDR gives you a mathematical probability of going to that bottom 38.2% of 61.8%. What lines up with that 38.2% is this 21 EMA, which if you notice, this 21 EMA is usually where we like to bottom on our bear markets. Right here, right here, right here. 1, 2, 3. 3 is what makes a trend. Likely the trend continues to hold, and somewhere around that mid $40,000 area is where we're probably going to find our next bear market bottom. And if you remember when those, one thing that I didn't really know until recently because I didn't really pay attention to it, that mid $40,000 area is where we were once the ETF started trading. So would make a lot of sense to come back down, retest that area, get the bankers sweating a little bit, get the people who could, because the bankers, the BlackRock people are not really controlling the sales, it's their clients. That's where they probably start to dump. And that's what gives us our capitulation. Now let's switch over down a little bit.
The power that BlackRock has. BlackRock, sorry.
BBC, what's his name again? I forgot.
Larry Fink.
Larry Fink with his massive BBC.
Larry Finsky.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's his name.
Could I say, why do Jewish people in like high positions of power change their name to sound less Jewish? It's quite it's so ridiculous.
No comment.
Larry Finke.
So on the 12-hour, also poised for a breakout right now. We have a fresh silver cross to the upside. We didn't really even get a retest of the 9 EMA. This was one of those silver crosses that pushes the price up so much that it drags the 9 EMA up to test the price. This is one of those silver crosses that basically, if you're waiting for the retest of the 9, you get fucked and you get front ran because the price gives you such a massive girthy green dildo that the 9 just gets pushed up to it. You wouldn't have been able to play this if you were waiting for the retest of the 9. And if you were to look at the 12-hour as well, the last time that we freshly flipped back up on momentum with volatility expansion, that was right about here. Nope, down. Volatility expansion right here. This was in March of 2025, and it basically caught the exact bottom. Bounced about 6%. So if we were to take that 6% from this candle's close, oh wow, it brings us to about 92.5. Interesting. Now we go to the 4-hour. 4-hour has gotten momentum flipping once again back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone while volatility is still in an expansion phase. Then you look at the 4-hour jewel. Oh my God, that is beautiful. Pink is now freshly crossing over the yellow. Light blue is bunched up right next to them. You could put one dot and you would get all three of them. The only thing that's holding it back is it's happening within the bullish control zone and it's not happening in the bearish control zone. But you likely still do get a decent move from that. Let's mark this with a vertical line whenever you had this set up within the bullish control zone. It'd be funny if we never had it.
Well, so you're in a 4-hour chart, so
Yeah, it's gonna be a minute.
yeah, it's gonna be a while.
It's just below the bullish control zone, so might as well. It's not that much below it. There we go. There's one. November of 2024. Do you guys remember what happened then?
Basically,
Up only.
yeah.
This one's right below. Not quite, but I'll mark it. And this one should be the last one. This one basically not much at all. 1%. This one was bigger. 7.5%. That actually looks like a lot more than 7.5%, but it is what it is. This is a 4-hour chart. 6%, very close to the previous number. This one, pretty much a failure. Not even 1%. I hate how he does that when I try to move. As of right now, not even 1%. If we were to take it somewhere between 6 and 8%, 6% brings us to 92.2. 8% brings us right around to $94,000.
Bias spinning.
Yeah,
Bias spinning.
my bias is getting stroked all day today.
So you do also think we're going to go to 94? Because I've been on that team for a little bit.
Yeah, I think you were the first one to mention that.
It's just
Now, if
seemed
you
a
look,
little over like I said, you just got to make people excited, right? Like we're going to all-time highs and then fuck them right in the ass because
Just
otherwise they're not going to fall for it.
just go right to the edge of taking out that macro low. This is Tether, but right to the edge of taking out that macro lower high, but not taking it out just close enough to make it what do you call it, a lower high, and then dump it. And what goes along with that is if we look at Tether, Tether right now is about to invalidate this bearish divergence. And it will invalidate if you can get a close over 5.85%, which we're just barely below right now. And once you confirm that, it's invalidate this bearish divergence, you can have another drive of hidden bullish divergence. And that's going to give you a minimum target of this breakdown zone of somewhere around like high sevens. That's a massive move on Tether. That's at least somewhere around a 50% move. I don't think Bitcoin's gonna dump 50% because actually no, if you were to take 50% from here, it goes right to the 40s. So no, it fits my bias. Fits my bias. Monthly already confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, and it did it within the bearish control zone. Let's see if we have any hidden. Oh, we've never confirmed hidden bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. Interesting. Our next target from that divergence is going to be the bullish control zone. That level currently sits at 6.46%. Not quite to that 7% number, but the significance of getting to 6.46% or 6.5% is going to be you're testing these previous lower highs right in this area. And once you can start to break these areas, you've turned this monthly downtrend into a monthly uptrend. Very likely you're going to break this 9.6% and go well into the double digits on Tether dominance. What happens then with crypto? Do we get that one theory playing out that not very many people are talking about, but some are, that the next bull market gets skipped, and then the one after that is the one that actually takes Bitcoin to 250 to 300K. I'm not going to give my opinion on that idea because I would just be guessing. But that's what a lot of people do think, or not a lot, but some people do think that.
That's an interesting idea. I was literally thinking about that yesterday because that would be the biggest fucking surprise to everyone, right? Like if Bitcoin does like what ETH or XRP did on the last cycle, people would be like, "This is it. It's fucked forever." That would be probably the greatest moment to buy if that really actually happens.
Yeah, if Bitcoin just like ranges between $60,000 and $80,000 or $90,000 for the next year and a half, while Ethereum goes to $10,000.
Yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious too.
Because now everybody's conditioned to think ETH is not going to do anything.
That'd be fun.
2 week right now is putting in a little bit of a top candle, so you would expect a pullback from here. And if you haven't quite taken out this wick low yet, which would give you the deeper pullback. But once you take that out at 5.16%, that's where it's not even going to be that much of a pullback. Probably just going to come here to test this bunch of moving averages because you have a fresh cross of the 9 over the 21. Come to retest this somewhere in the low 5% area, and very likely you get a very powerful pump from this area. And what goes along with that is that the jewel is very close to giving you an amazing buy signal with the pink crossing over the yellow within the bearish control zone. Come on. Weekly is now just about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence on Tether dominance, and it will confirm if you close below 5.37%. Also, not going to give you that much of a move to the downside because once this confirms, very likely what also will confirm is this silver cross at the upside on the weekly. Probably you're going to get a pullback to somewhere around this where the silver cross is, same low 5% area, retest of the silver cross, and then probably you're going to get a massive pump. Because if you look at when you had weekly silver cross on Tether dominance, right over here in December of 2021 and January of 2022, start of the bear market. And let's see if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. Yep, the simple moving average lines up very closely with that low 5% area at 5.02%. Down a little bit. And like how Bitcoin has 3-day bullish divergence, Tether dominance currently has 3-day bearish divergence, and it is going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.62%. And your next move is going to be coming down to this this, what do you call it, this 55, which is just about to cross over the 100. This should be a very significant support level. And what do you know? It sits at that same very low 5% area. Also lines up with the bearish control zone at 4.97% on the R side. 2-day also had 3 drives of bearish divergence, like Bitcoin had 3 drives of bullish divergence. And you're basically just about to lose this 21. That would give you a move down to this 55, sitting right at that low 5% area. Let's go to momentum. So quarterly is now freshly about to turn to the downside. The momentum pivot went up from $48,000 all the way up to, oh, I'm wrong. Yeah, I was on the index, I'm retarded. The pivot went up from $48,000 all the way up to $93,000, which is almost a 100% move, almost doubled. Quite bearish. Sure, we are like $5,000 away right now, but this $93,000 area is the level that we do expect to get tested off of this short-term bounce. And what happens, not all the time, but a good amount of the time, is that these momentum pivots like to get tested. And these, whether it's bullish or bearish, these are usually support or they're resistance, which right now, very, very likely, especially since we're at the edge of the bullish critical zone, this is likely going to be resistance, and pretty significant resistance. And every time momentum has flipped down on the quarterly, happened right here, January 2022, start of the bear market. And then it happened right here in January 2018, start of the bear market. Monthly is getting momentum flipped down with bearish divergence, and momentum is volatility is now giving you a setup. The last time you had this volatility setup with bearish divergence was Luna, when Bitcoin dumped from about $48,000 down to $17,000.
But how? The US dollar is going to go to zero. Remember, it's done. The euro is going to do better because they're a strong economy from tourism. He's going to just keep it up there.
Yep, and then Magic Coin will go up and never stop going up.
That's right. Exactly. Take that, US dollar.
2 week is now giving you a volatility setup just like the monthly with confirmed bearish divergence, and you're now about to lose the bullish control zone, and you're pointed down as long as you're below $100,000. This is the first time you're losing the bullish control zone in this entire bull market. The last time you freshly lost the bullish control zone on the 2 week was right over here in January of 2022. Interesting how that date keeps coming up.
God damn.
Now we're approaching my meme line as well. This is one of the shorts that I gave out on Discord, because even though I do think the price is going to go higher, almost certainly you are going to get some type of reaction here. Even if we're bullish, probably going to come down, put in a higher low, and then try for this meme line. Going to be a little too easy to just go straight up here. Weekly is now getting contraction on volatility, with momentum flipping to the upside, rejecting the bearish critical zone. With volatility contraction, tells you that this bounce is very likely to be corrective and just make a lower high. And we are pointed up above $82,000, basically $800. But the significance of volatility being flipped down while we're flipping up from the edge of the bearish critical zone is that we likely come back up to test this edge of the bearish control zone. That's where the pivot likely goes up, and that's where we flip back down. And the significance of rejecting, getting out of the bearish control zone is that you go deep within the bearish critical zone, and that's what likely is when we get our capitulation. 5 days also now giving us a fresh setup. The last day 5-day setup fired off to the downside, and we went down quite a bit. Let's see how much we went. Right over here. Interesting, about 23% to the downside. So let's just assume that it fires from somewhere around here. And this is being a little what do you call it? Conservative, because I do think it's going to go higher, but I'll just take it from here. Oh wow, $67,000. Very interesting. Do you remember that $67,000 HPDR level? And now if we switch to 3-day. 3-day is now also giving us a setup, just like the 5-day with volatility. This one, however, is very close to expanding. Has not quite expanded yet, has not gotten over the moving average, but as of right now, momentum is pointed to the upside. You got about 9 hours and 30 minutes to go, and it will stay up as long as you're above $76,600. Now it's entering into the bullish control zone. So it's likely to stay up for probably one more candle. But once it gets to this critical zone area, that's where it's going to be extremely difficult for bulls to keep momentum up. What my bias is right now is once it gets there, momentum's going to flip down, and that's where we get our volatility set up. Let's see if we can find the previous volatility setup that played out, that happened. Nope. Didn't go to 15. This one in April of 2024. How much did we? And we just barely went in below 15%. We dumped about immediately about 16%, 21% shortly after. So let's take 16 to 21% from here. 16% brings us right down to my meme line right here at about $74,000. And the 20s brings us right around $68,000, $67,000. 2 days also flipped up to the upside, almost about to break into the critical zone, and it's flipped up above $83,300. Daily as well is flipped to the upside, and it's currently in the critical zone while volatility is almost fully reset. Very, very close to getting over that 200 SMA, which lines up with my meme line. And if you can get that closed, that's what's going to give you that move that I've been looking for into that $95,000 area. Very close to having that short invalidated. Well, the risk was so small that let's take it. It's like 0.17%. Lower. And now 4-hour is getting a volatility setup, expanding from 2 periods of 0%. Momentum is breaking its way into the critical zone, and we are pointed up above $85,500. So now all of the high time frames on Bitcoin are aligning to the downside. The quarterly is giving you what in my opinion is the mother of all scam pumps, bouncing at the 9 EMA like it did every single time on during this entire bull market, thinking that we're just going to get another one of these moves. Approaching resistance, we have bearish divergence, we have momentum about to flip to the downside severely below this pivot. Likely what's to happen is we're going to reject this area, come back down, get a test of this 9 EMA, get a bounce off of this 9. Oh, what do you know that's at? $67,000. That bounce probably takes us somewhere around $72,000, $75,000. Rejection from there, then down to this lovely 21 EMA at around $46,000, $47,000. On the low-term time frames, momentum is starting to flip up, everything from the weekly and below, and the weekly is flipping up from the edge of the critical zone, which usually takes you to the edge of the bearish control zone. And since we are in a weekly downtrend, the bearish control zone likely does reject, and that's what takes you down to somewhere around that $67,000. And the significance of that $67,000 to $69,000 area is that's a 2021 cycle high. So that almost, you can't say with 100% certainty, but it very likely does give you a bounce there into somewhere around that wick low of like $74,000, $75,000 that we have right now. And then based off of the monthly and the quarterly bearish divergence, that's what will bring you down to that monthly 21 EMA around 46, 47. Invalidation for all of this is getting a weekly close over $88,700, or basically any tick over $95,150, which don't think this is going to happen. What I think is going to happen is we're getting that bounce into a lower high, which is going to bring us into our capitulation.
That'd be fucking swell as tits. That's fake tits from the 90s. Sorry. Just have to be a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
Ready, sir.
Oh, all right. Nice. Yeah. So Bitcoin is doing a little pumpzilla today. Bears in shambles. Bulls are even surprised. And why? Because, as Bitcoin's going higher, what do we have? Well, we have stocks breaking down. It's very interesting to see this actually, because it plays into what I was saying slightly, which was, Bitcoin is kind of doing what it did in early April, which is kind of show in quotation marks relative strength. Is this a pump we can trust? With stocks looking the way they're looking, who's lying, ES1 or Bitcoin? Well, Bitcoin's quite interesting to me because, like, what have we had the past few weeks? Well, we came down, we were holding 91K, we broke down. We were always talking about 73,800 being highly significant. This was simply based on when we made that top in 2024 locally. It was a local top here where then it led to a multi-week consolidation. That was formed right at $73,757. So to me, when we were up here, having a move all the way back down closer to 73, maybe going down to 65K made a lot of sense to me. Now what we see is we did get that move down to the 73,000. We slightly front ran it. The low here was at 74,441. So we slightly front ran that, and that's perfectly okay. Bitcoin does do that sometimes. And so now what do we have? Well, we have a nice breakout occurring today. And actually, in my opinion, the daily close is going to actually tell me if I can trust this move or not. Right. My simple rule of thumb is if Bitcoin is still holding the monthly 9, I can be zealous about shorting, but I have to always give bears or bulls credit on the fact that this did still hold. And the entire bull market, this has held. So we have this. We have an insane hammerhead forming. 9 days, though, still left. And as Farn mentioned, still a long time. So we have the monthly 9 holding. We then have the daily EMA 100 here. If you notice, this has been a big rejection zone. You either reclaimed it this one time, leading to a major bull trap, to a rejection down, to a bearish retest, to then further breaking down. But now what we have is, we essentially were holding above this zone. My idea going into this week was, kind of what I saw with stocks, which was, if stocks were going to break down, I have to gauge or be bearish on Bitcoin. Specifically, when we saw into, I think 2 weeks ago, us actually hitting the 21 on Bitcoin. This is very significant to me because now instead of using the stop loss here, I can use the stop loss of last week's high, which was basically why I had all my Bitcoin shorts stopped out at 86,500, because to me, it just seemed very likely that once this high gets taken out, this should have been the lower high. Now, we're already, okay, if people are looking at this as the lower high, well, we're already almost testing that. So then using this as the lower high and kind of getting stopped out here instead of here would have saved you money. And that was kind of the idea. If we end up coming back up to this high, it's going to be more of a chance Bitcoin's then going to end up breaking out. And that is what did occur. And so, yes, we are at resistance now, and the day is still long. We still have 9 hours to go. And as we've seen before, we can have these nice little shit moves up that just totally get sold down before the end of the day. That's why today is going to be extremely key for me on understanding if I'm going to get a long trigger or a short trigger on Bitcoin, right? If we start rejecting down hard before the daily, I then can get more confident that this zone here could be a short area. But I don't want to short into this zone now, because to me, that seems like walking in front of a moving truck when we kind of don't know the clarity or the direction of the market. We also know that higher time frame volatility is technically giving us a setup. So we always want to be cognizant of that idea, specifically when we understand that technically the monthly 9 never got lost. Until then, though, you do have to now just either sit on your hands and wait for the daily close. You could either be caught by the SMA 200. This drives us back down below the EMA 100, and then we could start getting another short trigger. Or on today's closure, you start reclaiming these zones, and then you get nothing more than an easy long trigger on the throwback, taking us to 91,500. 91,500 is my next target for Bitcoin if the daily does start reclaiming that EMA 100. And then it's like I said into last week, your only hope now of a rejection there is just meme lines, because at that point you're back above all major moving averages. Monthly 9 held, daily EMA 100 and the SMA 200 got reclaimed. Weekly 9 got reclaimed as well. And at that point, now all you have is just a meme line. I don't like holding a lot of weight to that. So then let's see where that median potentially is on the weekly. And what you'll notice is even into this weekly close, you're potentially going to reclaim that median. So again, it just kind of ties into the fact that, yes, shorting worked well and it paid well, but we want to understand kind of where we're at in the market. And we did technically get that retest. If you start viewing this more on like a monthly, you did back test this high, like broke out slow, but still went down. Technically, this did back test this last high. That technically is bullish if you view it on the monthly. That's why bulls are going to try here to really zoom this monthly up. You'll notice too, we are still above the 38.2%. So even if we moved up all the way back above $100,000, I mean, you still would be testing the monthly median, which kind of has been a magnet for price. We've noticed, every month since November, we've essentially tapped the monthly median. Even here in March, we hit it. So, we definitely could tap this again. Only at that point, bear hopium would be that, yeah, the meme line and also the median rejects us. If not, then, well, you're going to get a pretty insane target moving up with monthly BBWP at some of the lowest reads we've ever had on Bitcoin's history. So it's a pretty big daily closure today.
How do you feel about volatility? Not all the volatility setup still waiting with this pump and not playing out.
That makes sense. I mean, the daily is going to be reset after today, not the hourly, the daily. It makes sense. Why I say that is just because of how big they are. I mean, we have the weekly resetting now. I mean, that fell under the moving average. So this is reset. This played out, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I got another point to add to that with the volatility not expanding. Is how crypto conferences and events are usually local tops?
Yeah.
You know what else is the same date as Token 2049 in Dubai? The Bear Moon.
What? No way.
Really?
Yep. The conference is the 28th and Bear Moon is 27th.
I love astrology.
The witch setup.
Millionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do.
Imagine we max short that and dunk on all the people there.
That'd be incredible. I mean, I'm max shorting. I don't give a fuck. Blow up my account at this point.
No, so I mean, that's kind of like I was gauging essentially a breakdown on stocks, and that would correlate to Bitcoin moving down. We're getting quite the opposite. I mean, stocks are breaking down, but Bitcoin's breaking out. So, I mean, it's a little tricky. It is a little tricky, isn't it? And it's okay. That's just how, markets are, specifically trading unicorn money. So I have to say, yeah, I was wrong on shorting early. I should have just stayed on my idea down here that we were going to move up to 88s again. But that's just how this game is. And now with potentially, in my book, I'm really going to be looking at this. You can argue, well, weekly trend isn't shifted. I'm looking at this as it's already shifted. We are in an uptrend. This should have been the lower high. Usually lower highs are formed at the weekly 21. The fact that we're now busted up and nothing but air at this point, as soon as you take this high out, you're either then going to reject and it's going to be like playing into the trap and all the shorts are out, or just break us out from this point. And that's why, to me, I was fine getting stopped out at 86.5. Because of that, that again is saving me a good amount for being wrong. And I'm perfectly fine with that now. So we have to be cognizant of this idea that, Bitcoin is front running the 73,000 idea. And we are moving up. We are at resistance. So there's no reason to be positioning long or short, in my opinion. You're either going to reject down today and it's going to confirm what should be known, which is this should be resistance. So that's why we're waiting on today's close to play Bitcoin again. And if this starts getting reclaimed, well, now we have at least a setup where we can then play it to the long side. But until then, you're just kind of waiting, engaging. You're seeing the daily SMA 200 slightly stop the rally now. But you'll notice, right, with the EMA 100, we were slightly getting stopped, but then we broke out from there. So this has to be a rejection, and a full-on rejection where this takes us essentially back under $86,000, 86.9. And if it doesn't, then to me, it's just going to look really good. And this potentially is going to be the higher high break. 91K probably does find rejection, leading to a higher low on the weekly. Yeah. So that's Bitcoin. I mean, even here, 2-day, you can see, I mean, this is a shift. So you're either going to leave a wick and it's dirty and it's ugly, or yeah, this is an actual shift where we're reclaiming the 2-day 34, we're reclaiming the EMA 100. Technically, how my system works, you long the back test of that. So, you know, visually you see it reject, 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 and now it's broken out. We need this to be proven and that this is support now. If it is, this will give us a long trigger in confluence to the daily EMA 100. So it's a big day today, in my opinion. It is a very big day. With stocks breaking down, though, I am still slightly cautious of this rejecting. Like, I'm expecting it still to reject. And if it did reject here today, I would not be surprised. And that's just simply based on the fact on what I posted on the Discord, which is who's lying here. You know, ES1 is rejecting. It's still looking like it's in a daily downtrend. 2-day, let me go there. Still looking like it's in a downtrend, and it's looking pretty ugly. So is this going to just catch support here and we're going to start moving up? And therefore then ES1 was just, again, retesting support? Or is this actually telling us, no, there is like selling pressure in the markets? This is nothing more than just Bitcoin doing what it did in early April, which was when stocks were looking pretty strong, we had this play out in early April. Right? Nice move up, major rejection, boom, dumpzilla. So, you know, and during this zone here, right, beginning of April, you did have stocks essentially become quite bearish. Here you made, you know, the high, and then you just started rejecting pretty harshly. So, I mean, that's why I'm saying, you know, is the vibe similar here? If not, but still, even with ES1 rejecting, breaking down, Bitcoin still is looking quite nice. So that's why, to me, and today, I'm just sitting on my hands watching the daily, because we can't really fight this. It is looking quite nice now, specifically on the 2-day and the daily. Let's look at Tether Bitcoin dominance, because Bitcoin dominance continues to break out. You know, continues to be in a nice uptrend, very obvious uptrend. And so again, what I wanted here was this to break out, similar to kind of what we were having here in this zone, and Bitcoin moved down. This is breaking out and it's giving Bitcoin the upper hand, while altcoins really still aren't doing much. You know, and that's why I did say for the Academy, my Binance and ETH short are still on play, but the daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin gets reclaimed. I'm just going to cut those shorts before stop because
Look,
my
Solana, dude, it's not blowing up with Bitcoin.
You know, and I'll give you some credit on that. While I'm shorting and scaling shorts, I am in the back of my head like, well, you know, Alonso is right. Sol's not really breaking down yet. It's not really breaking down yet. And again, that kind of worked out nice as a metric on coin over the weekend. What we had was Sol just not breaking down at all. And on Friday, it moved nicely. I remember this because I was short on Friday. Moved nicely. Yes, flirting around here, but you could argue now Sol's just bull flagging essentially before we essentially make our way up to that daily EMA 100. So true though, it is now kind of still it is at resistance. True. So yeah, Sol could start rejecting here, but I mean, bulls are going to be arguing this is just a bull flag forming. More obvious on lower time frames. 10-hour SMA 200 reclaim, daily EMA 9 base. It's just looking good for higher. And that's why to me, I'm not like aggressively trying to short today. I'm just, you know, I'd rather get an easy trigger now because I've taken 2 stop losses on Bitcoin and Sol. So now I'm just sitting on my hands. To me, it's like we're either going to confirm the bearish sentiment today. This is going to reject down. This is nothing more than a bull trap, and the daily EMA 100 is going to hold us. Or we're just going to reclaim it, and you know, it's just going to mean shorts are off for me. So it's going to be highly important to see how today closes The fact, though, that stocks are breaking down did do what I wanted. I saw bearishness in stocks, and I will say, for what it's worth, the Academy stocks are printing, but Bitcoin is just not really following. So I have to look at this as who's lying, ES1 or Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's breaking out, is ES1 just going to retest the zone and move up? Or is Bitcoin just going to do what it did in early April in the beginning of this month, which was, well, yeah, it moved up nicely. And I remember this zone because everyone, bears are dumb. And then we just totally decimated bulls and this moved down. So I have to just be still on my defensiveness today on Bitcoin. Yes, I'm not short on Bitcoin currently. That could quickly change, obviously. But to me now, I'm just simply waiting. We're either going to reject down and I can take a short at the EMA 100 into tonight, or you're going to hold this. You're going to be playing around that SMA 200, EMA 100. But with how my system works, I'm not really focused on the SMA 200. That's just there. That will be a point of interest. That EMA 100 gets reclaimed. I'm just not going to short. So that's kind of where I'm at on corn.
The DXY.
Yeah, the DXY
The
too.
BY.
Quite interesting to see because, well, you are getting the correlation back where it's going down and Bitcoin's going up today. So again, it's like we've been seeing bearish Dixie, and that's been bearish stocks and bearish Bitcoin. But today now, you're seeing almost like a shift on crypto where this is like getting, like I say, you're getting like balance in the force again. Maybe, potentially. But again, the daily still has a long time on Bitcoin. You already have hit the daily SMA 200 with 9 hours to go. So again, just don't get it twisted that I'm max bullish. I'm not bullish at all until the daily close. Until the daily close happens, I am actually waiting on a major rejection down, and I would not be surprised if that happened, because that's the only, like in my opinion, that's the only scenario that would make sense now for bears to flex. Is, yeah, they'd have to like reject this down pretty harshly before we reclaim this zone. And then that way, then it's like, okay, Dixie dumped, Bitcoin dumped, stocks dumped. We still have the correlation, the easy trade correlation, while even gold is still making a high. You're getting some like murkiness in the markets, in my opinion, with this Bitcoin pump. To me, it just doesn't really make too much sense. And it doesn't. I mean, that's just how the markets have been flowing this year. Gold's been going up, risk on has been going down, Dixie's been going down, but that's just been correlating to risk on still getting hammered because, bonds are doing well. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing today. I'm a little confused on Bitcoin. So whenever I get confused, I just like to wait until the dailies, because at least then the dailies can guide me and give me more data. But I still am bearish on stocks. So I'm still going to be rolling with the boomer trades, waiting on the Bitcoin trade. Let's now look. Yeah, we already talked about the weekly. Weekly 9 is very significant. Again, you reclaim that. Just going to tell us what we already know, which is overall a major shift is occurring here. Unless, right, today we reject. So again, let's look at Dixie and let's kind of see. We're actually breaking down. Dixie is not looking good. And technically speaking, into this month, you're going to potentially lose that monthly EMA 100. Technically speaking, I mean, next move would be around this zone, closer to like $93. Probably see this monthly SMA 200 move up. Then you'd have to gauge, that being pretty big support. Monthly too is potentially going to be in a breakdown. And actually, I haven't forgotten. It's just I thought this was going to be to the upside. You're still getting all these major volatility setups, kind of brewing across the board, right? It's like on the euro too. Still across the board, you're getting pretty big setups. I was hoping.
See, it's not going with the moves that are happening right now. No. Which are like in every, like as far as like the market narrative goes, is euro is about to explode towards the upside against the dollar. The same thing for the yen, the same thing for the British pound, the same thing for the peso. And this is just what it seems like to me is like a scam pump before they dump. It's like the last chance to swap. Like I said, today I'm swapping a lot of my pesos to dollars.
Yeah, and it could be. I mean, for what it's worth, we knew that euro was at a pretty big zone, and I was hoping that, yeah, the volatility was going to get us that breakdown here. I was wrong on that. Fine. We are now at resistance, so there's that. But why I'm still like, this is still looking pretty good, is just the fact that it's kind of itching potentially into this bi-monthly, the breakout, right? It's like if this starts breaking above that moving average, getting back above the EMA 100, which has been rejecting us in this move down, and also breaking out from the 38.2%, while all the opposites occurring on Dixie. Yeah, I have to just be kind of like, is this actually like about to break down? And what we're seeing is just the beginnings of it, which would be pretty insane, actually. Because actually, I don't think you've ever in the history of euro had this setup fire off to the upside. Now, I could be totally wrong. I don't trade euro, but let's see. And I'll look at the quarterly to make it easier for us. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was wrong. So this did fire off to the upside. Wasn't the full setup, but it did fire off to the upside, giving us a nice move here. 14%. Down. Up. Yeah, so this one was really up. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, you do get these up and down. Never mind. And the last one was up. So this is down. At least last quarterly setup on Dixie gave us 16.5% move. I mean, at that point, if we do, let's say, start breaking down and it starts firing off in the next quarter, yeah, 16% down would be pretty dramatic.
And that would mean Warren Buffett is absolutely wrong and a moron.
Yeah, that'd be pretty dramatic. So,
That's obviously the case, though, right? Warren Buffett is a retard. Clearly,
exactly.
he just made all that money by luck.
Yeah, he doesn't understand Bitcoin. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That meme where the dude is like, it's over multiple different subjects where he's trying to explain economic concepts, but he's sitting in a room filled with beer cans.
No.
It's absolutely hilarious. It was it got famous in 2022 when everyone became an expert on inflation, and like, well, you see the actual inflation numbers like this and this, and they didn't calculate this, and it shows the dude sitting in his room playing Xbox and like full of beer cans everywhere.
I know, you need to send it to me.
Dirty ass room. Now he's an economic professional.
But you see the trend. 2022 was when everyone became inflation expert, right? But 2020 is like for like anyone with a little bit of a brain, when they said there's going to be $10 trillion pumped into the worldwide economy, you're like, well, here comes inflation. Like only retards started learning in 2022 about it. Just like only retards are learning about tariffs today when they started in 2016. Like strong, like, God damn it, this is so stupid. Reality.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, they're now just learning that you can buy fake luxury goods in China when
also,
you could have done that since like 1965.
That is one of my favorite narratives right now, that people are just realizing that China just did everything for cheaper, and then these corporations are taking the margins. Like, get the fuck out of here. Either you were completely retarded or you're just one out of a billion that doesn't know that. There's no way.
Probably completely retarded.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I mean, you could get the idea, which is, okay, like we are now at support, on monthly support. We now have 9 days. This could start bouncing, never loses the monthly EMA 100. Anyone that's trying to front run that's going to get smoked. We hold support. Euro rejects resistance, starts coming down, and then that plays into maybe then Bitcoin ends up rejecting here because Euro Dixie starts actually pumping nicely from this point. You could start formulating those ideas. It's just the chart is just looking kind of bad here. But that very well could happen. Like Dixie could bounce from here, could actually start moving up, closing back above 100. And then, like I said, now, yay, we got balance in the force again. But then Dixie going up means that well, risk on, so it's just going to get hammered. And now we're at the extremity low on Dixie, and now we're going to move up. So that could be, you know, a bear scenario for sure, because if this doesn't start bouncing, this is going to break down, and that will mean that, you know, the peso will end up moving nicely to the downside, or downside. Yeah, I always do
Well, it's
this.
because you have the other way around. USD.
I always do
that makes
that.
sense.
Yay, my purchasing power is going up.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
It will
Okay.
go up
yeah. So
like
yeah.
crazy.
So then you can see it here. It's like on the flip side, you know, this has to bounce here and start moving up. You can argue, yeah, this is looking disgusting because of this candle, but, you know, almost at support now. So you could argue that. You could argue it 100%.
Can I throw some boomer sense into this chart right here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry for everyone that's about to listen to this, but it's the truth. Okay, here we go. Is anything making the peso stronger against the dollar? That means, is there any real reasons for the peso to be stronger than the dollar in the next 5 years? And here I go. Audi, for example, has realized they made a huge mistake by starting to make a factory where they can produce certain cars in Mexico instead of the United States, because the United States is the one that has no tariffs. Therefore, Taiwan Semiconductors just decided that they're going to spend $100 billion in the US opening up a factory so they don't get tariffed. And all car makers like Hyundai and all of those guys are opening factories in the US instead of Mexico. Now tell me, Alex, this is Jeopardy, for $100, how the fuck is Mexico going to do better financially than the United States? And this chart will continue to go in the trajectory that it is. Go ahead. Ding, 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 ding. There's none. There's nothing. There's nothing that Europe is doing. Like nothing.
No, I agree with that.
So, yeah, I mean,
I agree
that's
with
where
that.
I'm going.
Nah, bro. Claudia's gonna do it with girl power.
Oh God. God. I agree with you 100%. It doesn't make sense. You know, and we also know Trump doesn't want our currencies to be the weakest ones in the
Well, no,
world.
that's a fake narrative that everyone is going with, because what he's like, this is so frustrating, because it literally just happened in fucking Mexico, the nearshoring thing, where companies went and opened in Mexico so they could sell to the United States because they were avoiding the China for the tariffs. This literally just happened, and it made the peso so strong. That's what did it. And now this is happening in the United States, and somehow the dollar is going to go completely against what happened in Mexico.
Yeah.
No, like, it's so frustrating. It just happened.
So like here's when we were playing with the monthly MA 100. This is 2018. He did end up bouncing from the SMA 200 and then bottoming. Here was 2020, 2021 bear market. So again, flirting around it, kind of not going to the SMA 200, but actually playing around the blue zone here, if you notice that. So now here we have, yes, we're now finally testing it after years of hitting it. Testing around the blue zone as well. I can see the argument, like 100%, like this would be it. This would be the spot where we would start seeing Dixie move up, and the trap is set. You know, because it does look bad, but that's if you're front running the monthly. Let's check the weekly now.
And
Oh, look at that.
now, just like in the tariff experts and everything, we have the experts that are saying that the dollar is going to zero.
And I have seen that a lot. Yeah. So you are getting that at 95% weekly zone.
See,
with extreme reads on volatility. So it's not dumb to actually go to dollars, in my opinion. Now I actually see the reasoning behind that 100%, because yes, this could come down a little bit more. Yeah, it could, but I really like with this stuff, it can just like reverse out of here quick. One policy change, one news article, quick. So like it can be like this, and then next week, it can be all the way back up. So
just the most clear example is go back to the peso dollar, USD MXN, and then go look at 2020 and 2008. What happened?
So here's 2020.
So you see how it bottomed, like after all those years, all the way on the left there, it made that higher high. It comes from that, right? And then it bottomed all the way there. And then it just exploded to the upside. That's going to happen to every single currency when the dollar finds its footing.
6%.
I don't know when that is, but it will.
I see what you're saying.
Look at 2008. 8. Way back.
Yeah, not 2018.
There you go. You're pointing at it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's realistic for the Japanese yen to go to 200 per dollar?
Well, this
Let me
scenario,
see.
I mean,
You see what I mean?
If the Dixie to 120 plays out,
oh
mean,
yeah, that's will
should
decimate.
get close.
It'll decimate it. Look at what it didn't. Oh no, wait, hold on. Jesus, there's 28. So what? Because yeah, Dixie goes up, the yen goes up, which is bad for Japan.
Yeah.
So,
all currencies go down against the dollar, and that's what's going to fuck everyone. That's what that essentially what you just said is what no one wants to understand, even though in every chart it's happened over and over again in every financial crisis. When they all say, because technically in 2008, that bottom, that's when the recession started, right? But how come the dollar became so much stronger? And then it went and fucked every other country a year later. The same thing is going to happen again. And the same thing in 2020 just happened way faster.
the 2008 is interesting because you even had the end collapse, but Dixie was strong.
Also the dynamic between the yen and the dollar back then is completely different from now, because back then people used to go to Japan, get free money, bring it to the US, which is the opposite. Yeah.
Then,
So it's a different dynamic. The US, the US Mexican peso is the most solid one because nothing ever changes.
Okay.
The
That's the way I
Canadian
see
rupee is probably going to zero then.
Well, yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is brutal. Oh wow, jeez.
We're 20% in already, by the way, from the one that we're in.
What's that orange moving average?
The 200.
Oh, that's a very nice deviation of it.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it is.
And now it's just about to back test the breakout.
Back test the breakout. Yeah, and then I think euro too is like.
Yep, same thing. It's the same
Yeah.
fucking thing.
I mean, but look at volatility too. I mean, across the board, you're seeing, yeah, this is getting very close to at least a local top. I'm sure it's at extremes. Oh yeah. So yeah, you could say, well, it's holding above the estimate 200, but you're at 97.5%, hitting 95% now on volatility. This is at almost literally at 100% on Dixie, which is crazy because you have a shit ton of data on this. So that's actually interesting. Has this ever hit 100% ever?
I looked it up on different time frames and it was hard to find.
This got very close in 92. Like 90, I think that's the 95. And then this is the 100. So 92, that got very close. And then that, yeah, led to a nice move up to the estimate 200.
So 40 years ago.
Yeah. Is there? Yeah. Actually did it here in 78. It did.
Well, that's when we completely changed the way our currency worked.
Yeah, that was when they made the Federal Reserve, right?
So
Right.
no.
And
They made the
fiat
Federal
currency.
Reserve in the early 1900s, but in the 70s was the Bretton Woods. Like basically they basically invalidated the gold coupons for every single dollar because you had the
Yeah,
right
so
to
like
get a certain amount.
modern
Yeah,
day
so
fiat
detached
currency.
it. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, then here, yes, 73. That's the only time. So
Yeah, what's about to happen is something that we haven't seen now. It's just very simple. The world dynamics of economics is trading. It's changing, and I don't know why people have such a hard time understanding that. We're seeing it. You're talking about fucking tariffs, retards. I'm sorry. I'm so upset at this.
Well, also though too, it's like just very much so like how what we just said about the pets though. It's like, yeah, this is also about to backtest the 2-week EMA 100, which we know boomers like that. This was actually when we backtested it here on that dump down, this was the bottom. So you broke out, you retested it, bottomed, and then it went turbo up. So you actually are seeing a lot of things itching in the background to make a case that, you know, Dixie's about to do some major busting action. Now, it could do some major dumping action if, like, in 9 days we don't start recovering the monthly. But just because of where everything's at, and just the fact that you're at extreme lows, mean reversion at very minimum. But I mean, if you really do have like a few, like an hour or two, and you just start back testing all these currencies, looking at all the levels, I mean, it kind of becomes blaring obvious where we stand. And it seems like across the board, we're reaching major resistance or major support, while Dixie is hitting major support now. Major support. I mean, 2-week estimate 200 is always important for Dixie. Each and every time you lose that, fine. Okay, you have an argument to go down, but until you lose that, you're either going to chop around it and form a bottom, or you're going to not lose it and move up from there. So each time you lose this, it's kind of like your gauge that, yeah, this is going to break down a lot more, but you definitely don't have to lose it. And until that is lost, you should be very cautious of that. 10% move down, front ran it, only to move up from that point all the way from 91s all the way back up to 121.
I think that's the type of move we're going to make.
So this is what could happen. You could easily form wicks below, but as long as you don't lose this, it could happen.
Now think about narratives, right? The gold is everything. Everyone's moving away from the dollar. Now imagine you're the United States, have a crazy army, unlimited money, and unlimited influence around the world, right? And then the ability that having the world reserve currency that gives you is basically unlimited powers. Are you going to let that go and you're going to buy some gold? No, you're going to absolutely obliterate gold because that's the counter trade to your dollar. And you're going to fucking rise like the phoenix to a level that no one has ever understood. And everyone's going to have to buy that fucking dollar and destroy everyone. And they're going to need it. This is simple.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uncle Sam doesn't lose. So if you think you're a European betting against America, good luck. I mean, I'll just say that doesn't make too much sense to me. And you can make the argument here. We're actually getting a major thing occurring. I mean, we have that quarterly estimate 200. Not a lot of data with it, but we do see the breakout for when it got reclaimed, do we not? So if we ended up doing this, it's kind of like what we see already. It just would be a quarterly back test. 96, wasn't that right around that?
Also, that's a failure of the head and shoulders, which gives you the opposite move on the previous chart.
Yeah, let me go back to that. So I have
what head and shoulders?
Left.
Here.
Left. No, a little to the right. A little to the right. That's the shoulder. That's the head. That's the right shoulder. Shoulder, next to it, head, and then the next shoulder. Down. Left.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. No, up.
Oh,
where that wick is. Yeah.
And
then you got the failure by closing above that wick high. So that would give you the move that would have went to the downside up.
Down.
Oh, yeah, I see it now. Okay.
I think it's played out though.
So yeah, I mean, you maybe it goes a little lower then, but I'm going to be gauging 93s and 96 pretty carefully. I mean, you have that 2-month, bi-monthly EMA 100 there. That's been a big spot. I mean, you have the quarterly estimate 200 there. I mean, you've never broken out and back tested it and held, so I'd have to assume that should play out, or at least gauge it. And then lastly, you are at the quarterly 21 or 6-month 21, which is a major spot for Dixie here. You either reject it or you hold it and you bottom there. So I mean, and here, see, you reject it. You're always rejecting that 21 or you're holding the 21. That's what I've noticed on the 6-month chart. So now what you're seeing is you're added. So, and that is at 97. So you're almost there. Make the argument maybe it comes a little lower, 96, 97, but yeah, I really would not want to be too bearish on the dollar here. Even at, you have double derp extremes here. For me, it'd be very easy to play this. You're going to see the daily 9 come down. And then what you could potentially get is an SFP long, where you start coming back here and reclaiming this. And that, luckily for us, it's right around the $100 psychological number. As soon as this does occur, I will be gauging shorts on euro, because even if we got a mean reversion bounce to 34, still would be a pretty nice move, 3%. But if what we think is going to occur, then this SFP on the daily could just turn into a major macro low. So that's why I'm actually going to be paying attention to the currencies quite closely here now. Because how terrible would it be if you started scaling shorts here? This monthly gets bought up, we close above the EMA 100. Next month we go down, we back test it to spring, we just launch up to the monthly 9 at 104. That could happen, and then there's your major collapse that Alejandro's waiting on. When you get a monthly 5% candle up on Dixie, well, now this one's not looking so bad, is it? So that very well could happen. It's all, in my opinion, going to just be dependent on the monthly EMA 100 or on the daily 9 getting reclaimed. If the daily 9 can start getting reclaimed, well, we'll know then that if we get back above here, the monthly then is already then above the EMA 100 at that point. So just will start looking good into the month. So yeah, Dixie's actually looking quite interesting. But lastly, because we're doing crypto, I will talk about Tether dominance, because this is important. Because we were talking about me shorting early because of the 34 holding, and it did continue to hold, and we were putting in bullish structure here, very much so, like here. But now what we see is we are breaking down. Yes, we have support at 5.23%, but honestly, the fact that we're under all these major moving averages really makes me consider a move all the way back down to the 5.07% at the daily EMA 100. And that's just simply how my system works. If you start rejecting the 34, you get a move back to the 100. And so here we can gauge it like this. Maybe we start coming down, we close, we open tomorrow on a spring, we move up. What was support should be resistance. Here we get our, rejection. What would this probably mean for Bitcoin? This could probably mean for Bitcoin that we do what? Well, we probably just end up going up, reclaiming the SMA 200, coming down, back testing the EMA 100, and then shorts. Oh, we're losing the SMA 200 on a daily, but it's not closed. We just come here, use this as a spring at 87.4, and then move up, and then there it correlates nicely like that. Because until as long as we're under the 34 now, I have to look at that as resistance, specifically with how well it was holding as support. Now we could easily get back above it, and then therefore now I'm bearish again on crypto. But you just are kind of seeing the change, the shift here from like this point to here to here. Things are starting to shift now with this red candle, and that's what we need to gauge. That's how we get paid, is when we start seeing shifts early. So yes, we definitely could bounce from this point, but we got to get back above 5.4%. It's just the spot. We got to get back above there. So yes, we could bounce from the 5-day EMA 100, plays into maybe Bitcoin back testing the EMA 100. But that's why today is going to be quite important to kind of, get this back up, or, well, it's just going to look slightly concerning to me. You see here the daily median's actually perfectly at the daily 9. So that's interesting to see that. So yeah, Tether dominance is kind of, we were hoping the 34 was going to hold. It's been the spot. It's now, we're breaking down from there. You should be gauging any move up to that now as resistance, and let it prove to you first it's resistance, wait for some kind of weakness. But yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. The 4-hour EMA 100 continued to hold on Bitcoin. Anytime I was, because I was short, anytime we'd get a move down, it just would not get lost. And that was always the spot for me, which would confirm a breakdown. So, that is moving up nicely, but, now we have to zone the next level. and that could be, 87.5. So you see the big gap here. 87.5 holds, gonna get a move up to 91.3. And that's why for me, I'm not really aggressively scaling shorts here. I've been stopped out. I'm just sitting on my hands because what you're noticing is you're not really rejecting here, right? You're like kind of dancing around it. And that to me, whenever I see that, could be a bait for shorts, right? Shorts logically start scaling here. And then we just literally just start going up more. Similar to what happened here at the EMA 100. So we got to start seeing this really reject and take us back under 87.4 today, or I'm going to be more bullish and I won't short anymore. I just won't short Bitcoin as long as we're above the EMA 100. So if you are in the academy and you're focused on like Ethereum and Binance, I posted those shorts a few days ago. Well, I'm in them, so we have that. But if the daily on Bitcoin starts reclaiming the EMA 100, I'm going to close these before it hits stop and just sit on my hands on crypto shorts. But I'm still having hope that this is a major bear trap or someone's lying here, because the S1 still continues to break down and just look absolutely disgusting to me, which is quite nice to see, but also quite annoying because I was expecting this to happen with Bitcoin, not the opposite. So that's all I have on my analysis overall. To big daily close, you're going to be watching that EMA 100 carefully. And you're going to be watching stocks because, in my opinion, you're either then just going to get a bounce like across the board on stocks, and Bitcoin's kind of leading the way. And then this is just nothing more than, we're at support, consolidate, we move up. Bitcoin kind of was telling us that this should have been a buying opportunity, or today Bitcoin's going to harshly reject this, similar to like this. And then it's going to tell us, no, ES1 still is guiding us. This is a big liar. So it's going to be an important day today, in my opinion. That's
well, very, very, very fucking interesting and very nice, both of you. I think puts a great perspective, and at least even on a short-term time frame, gives people something to think about and to know where they're going to be wrong or right if they go with whatever. Just find it fucking disgustingly interesting that this meme line game, it's actually playing out. This would be the other one, 94.
Yeah, I mean, and I just, with everything else, with the hash ribbons, I'm just not going to feel comfortable shorting meme lines. And I love meme lines. I love them more than the next guy, but then they will just be meme lines. And then the trade will be a meme, and then I'll be a meme.
100%. 100%. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Vamos rápidamente. We have AMD and Roblox after.
Okay, I'll do AMD.
Okay. Voy a poner Bitcoin en la trimestral, es lo que estamos viendo el día de hoy. Tenemos un zampompazo a $88,400. Es básicamente donde estamos cotizando el día de hoy. ¿Cómo se ve esto? Básicamente, si lo ponemos de lejitos, podemos ver que seguimos y continuamos en una tendencia alcista. Ahora, si analizamos momentum y analizamos también divergencias bajistas en la trimestral, están ya jugando. Y esto, la última vez que tuvimos un setup de volatilidad y momentum como el que tenemos ahorita en la trimestral, fue cuando Luna colapsó. Eso es algo que vale la pena mantener en mente, sobre todo cuando estamos viendo algo así, que se ve súper alcista. ¿Ok? Es simplemente la advertencia. Bajo advertencia no hay engaños. Estamos por encima del 5, del 9, como todo se vería bastante bien, honestamente. Le pica esa volatilidad. Ya saben, esto es nuestro indicador de volatilidad, BBWP, BB de bebé, o sea, BB, W de Walter y P de pedos, BBWP. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. Aquí arriba en la línea roja es 100%, aquí abajo es 0% y la línea meme es la que nosotros ponemos. Habíamos tenido un buen setup de volatilidad que nos dio el movimiento de los 40 y tantos hasta los $100,000, pero se detuvo y ahora el precio está yéndose de lado y es lo que estamos viendo también reflejado en el mismo. Tenemos suficientes datos para poder poner este HPDR trimestral y podemos ver exactamente lo que está pasando. Tenemos la media trimestral, literalmente rechazándonos en los 88,400. Ese sería un rechazo perfecto y nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser nuestro promedio del 9 en los $67,000. De fallar a detenerlo, nuestra siguiente línea meme que está justamente en los $49,000, es donde estaría. You guys see this on the, I can't remember if you said it, but on the quarterly, we're literally getting rejected by the median.
I did not see that. Interesting.
Straight up, like
Is that the
dead
index or
on.
Coinbase?
This is, hang on a second. US, I can't fucking read this. Do you see how it's not showing?
Yeah, I think it's Coinbase.
It's Coinbase. It's Coinbase because it's right here on the right. What a fucking moron. But there it is.
But
It's right on the
yeah,
median.
but it lines right up with the meme line.
Also, and also the bottom of the 38.2% lines with this one and the 21 at 49.
Oh, it fits my bias.
So it's Bitcoin.
And the 9 is about to hit this this meme line too at 69. It's at 67,000 right now.
That's interesting.
That's on the quarterly alone.
Yeah. Well, I look at that on the median like, okay, well, again, today, daily, we need this to reject, but maybe then Bitcoin's lying and ES1 and stocks breaking down is still the
game
leading factor. Yeah, the factor.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, ES confirmed quarterly bearish divergence.
Exactly. I mean,
because all the stock shorts on the Academy are green and going quite well. It's just crypto. The Bitcoin stuff just kind of is not as easy. But the boomers trades are going marvelously well, I will say. So,
monthly median and quarterly median are almost at the same place.
That's significant. So,
what price is it?
This is 89,900.
So basically that $90,000 area, a very significant level.
Yeah.
Yep. Huh. Okay, thank you, boys.
We did see stocks break down and Bitcoin. It wasn't pumping, but it wasn't dumping. It was just slow moving up.
Well, so it needs to change a little bit too, because Bitcoin is the most predatory thing in the world, right? Like it fucks its community members way harder than the market. Do we agree on that?
100%.
Right. All right. So if Bitcoin likes to fuck its customers way more than the traditional markets, if we know traditional markets are falling, then we're going to look at Bitcoin and the easy trade would be short Bitcoin, right? Like, and then no one would be fucked. But if I make all the retards, I mean, my community members believe, hey, look, I'm a flight for safety asset. Come over here. Look, all the stocks are coming down. Don't worry about those. Don't short them. Like, just come over here. Go long. And people go there. Then when they drop this one, that's max pain.
That was my exact idea for why I max shorted in April, was that exact reasoning. And it played out well. Now, the difference here is, you just didn't have Bitcoin aggressively moving up. You did that one day, like if you go on the daily, it did, or the 4-hour, you had a very harsh rejection, but we're just not getting that yet. That's why I need to start seeing that soon, like today.
And you want to know another boomer theory I have? Stocks are going to reverse, going to go into an awesome rally. Like that's going to make it look basically this Bitcoin rally. And while that happens with stocks, Bitcoin will be going down to the next leg.
That could happen too. I mean,
and the reason I'll tell you why. The reason why stocks will rip is because no one understands that corporations and people are front running the tariffs. So the numbers on the next quarterly reports for everyone, they're going to look way better than they actually are. And then on the next quarter, they're going to be completely obliterated. When reality sets in and no one, and they realize, oh, they were just front running the tariffs.
And it does make sense because Elon has lost $100 billion, but he probably wants his money back.
At some point, he will get it. Absolutely.
It can happen. I mean, Bitcoin goes ES1 dumping, so can't say it's literally not happening to the opposite effect right now, which is so fun. My short idea totally did not play out, which is fine.
It was not that easy. Let's just say that. It was too easy.
It was not. April 1st was a gift, 2,000% printed.
Yeah.
It was not that easy now, and that's perfectly okay. That's just how markets are. But on the flip side, we were right on stocks going down. So at least
yes, sir. Fuck yeah. Ok, estamos viendo la mensual y podemos ver que con la trimestral, solamente para refrescarles un poco Su madre, ¿no? Que tenemos justamente nuestra media en donde está esta línea meme en los $89,000, básicamente, está en los 88,400. Y en la mensual, y también pueden ver que nuestra línea meme está aquí abajo en la parte baja del canal, y esta línea meme está a punto de ser alcanzada por el promedio del 9. Si los pongo en la mensual, van a ver algo bastante interesante. Cómo estamos rebotando en el 9. Nuestra línea meme, una vez más, está justamente un poco abajo de donde está nuestra media, lo que le agrega confluencia a esta zona en los 89,000, $90,000, básicamente, donde podríamos encontrar un rechazo si es que no es el 94, que es mi siguiente punto en el canal. Y eso nos podría llevar a donde está el 21, básicamente, a la parte baja de la zona azul en los $69,000, básicamente. Tenemos la divergencia bajista todavía activa en, ¿cómo se llama? En Bitcoin. Además de eso, un análisis velero. Podemos ver una vela de tope con seguimiento y ese seguimiento va para abajo aún más. Esta es una vela de indecisión, una vela topera como esta. Esta también fue una vela de indecisión que te engañó pensando que esto no iba a suceder. ¡Pum! Pasó y ahora está jugando por acá. Tenemos el retesteo bajista en este momento en los 94,800, se los voy a dar exacto, 95,128. Ahí es donde tuvo este retesteo bajista y después cayó. Vamos a ver si el siguiente retesteo llega a la misma zona o si simplemente se va a quedar aquí y va a continuar para abajo, o si estamos retomando todos los niveles importantes porque estamos encima del 9, el 5 y nos podemos ir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los $111,000. Personalmente, y yo creo que nadie por acá lo creemos, pero tenemos que esperar a ver una recuperada de estos 90, de este nivel en los 90,000. Empezaría a verse bien, aunque nosotros tenemos pensado que este alto en los 95,128 es lo que no nos vamos a llevar entre las patas. Volatilidad, cuando la volteamos a ver, estamos haciendo el setup más potente de toda la historia de la tabla, ¿sí o no? Casi igual que el del 2020. Está preparándose. Y obviamente no sabemos todavía si va a jugar a la alza o a la baja, pero se está preparando. Y lo interesante es, la volatilidad no está expandiendo durante este pompazo. ¿Ok? Y es algo que tenemos que ver con Forex también. Cuando estás viendo el euro ganar en contra del dólar, hay setups de volatilidad en todos los timeframes que existen y ninguno se está moviendo a darse junto con ello, lo que me dice que es un movimiento correctivo en vez de un movimiento real. Ok, eso es la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. También tenemos nuestra divergencia bajista que ha acabado en la mensual, el ciclo de Bitcoin todas las veces. 2 semanas también tenemos divergencia bajista. Tenemos el rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul, rechazo de la media, por supuesto, rechazo de la parte baja de la zona azul y ahora estamos intentando retestear el 50% en los 90,922, que le da un poco de confluencia a justamente donde estábamos viendo la media en la mensual. Nuestra media acá está muy por encima y lo que tenemos acá es justamente la parte baja de la zona azul. ¿Por qué? Si estás retesteando y estás rebotando el 78,6%, siguiente zona y zona de interés debería ser la parte baja de la zona azul o el 50% y tener un rechazo para dar continuación a la baja. De tomar la zona azul una vez más por encima de $95,200, nosotros cambiaríamos a nuestra postura alcista. Ahí es donde sabemos que estamos mal. Por ahora, lo que creemos es que va a haber una oportunidad de cortos. Personalmente, lo veo bastante predatorio. Yo estoy metido yo ya tengo mis órdenes abiertas en corto, estoy entrando en ellas, los abrí de 2 diferentes cuentas. Abriendo de 2 diferentes cuentas, tengo una entrada por $500 más baja en una cuenta que en la otra. Y cada que regreso, y ponte tú, si el precio ahorita está en 84,400. Una de mis entradas fue en 84,300, pero la otra fue en 87,500. Digamos que baja 87,500, me voy a salir de la otra para agregar a esta que estoy y así tener la entrada más alta posible. Eso es lo que yo estoy haciendo y puede estar completamente mal y equivocarme, pero ese es mi juego estúpido de esta semana. También tenemos un setup de volatilidad que está pendiente. Estamos viendo que la volatilidad cae por debajo del 15%, ahí viene el promedio también, y empezamos a ver este tipo de cosas en todos lados. Vean la semanal, por ejemplo, volatilidad una vez más contrayéndose después de este pompacillo que nos había dado un poco de un setup de jamás, y ahora vamos contrayendo en lo que el precio está subiendo, lo que para mí lo hace ver un poco como una corrección. Además de eso, en la semanal estás viendo nuestra media está justamente en los 85,000, hasta acá abajo, 85,200. es donde está nuestra media en la semanal, la estamos retomando. De poder ser exitosos en confirmar esto, deberíamos de ver los 97,123, si es que se llega a dar. Esto es la semanal. Y de nuevo, volatilidad todavía no está expandiendo, tiene más cara de un movimiento correctivo que cualquier cosa. Vamos a la de 3 días. 3 días, estamos por encima de la media. Vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul que está en los 90,800 dólares. Y lo único que tenemos para detenernos en este momento es nuestra línea meme en los 88,800, bueno, 88,900 dólares. De ser rechazados en la parte alta de la zona azul, deberíamos de buscar otra vez un objetivo que es la media, y eso está en 84,536 dólares. Y de no poder aguantar ahí, estarías hablando de la zona baja, de la parte baja de la zona azul, o el el EMA 100 en los 80,000 dólares más o menos. Y habíamos visto volatilidad. Volatilidad está preparando también un setup. De nuevo, estás viendo cómo el precio está empujando a la alza, pero volatilidad no está oficialmente expandiendo. Está por debajo del promedio y esto me dice que esto es una corrección. A mi gusto, esto no es un movimiento real. Diaria. Diaria, estamos justamente en la parte alta de la zona azul peleándonos con el S&P 200. Ahora, rompiendo la zona azul y el S&P 200, podríamos estar haciendo un S&P. Este S&P nos podría llevar al 61,8% que está en 91,700 o al 78,6% por ahí de los 95,000, una vez más, poniéndonos en esta zona donde es el qué va a pasar exactamente. Estamos viendo, esto podría ser y después dar continuación a la baja, pero si empieza a retomar este nivel y luego acá arriba, eso ya sería diferente a lo que estamos viendo. Por ahora, estamos justamente peleándonos con nuestro promedio del 100 y el 200, que están justamente acá en los 87,400 y en los 88,200. Y estamos viendo al precio de Bitcoin que ha logrado un tope local en los 88,563. A ver, vamos a verlo. 88,575. Buen velazo. Vamos a ver si puede aguantar esta zona. También volatilidad diaria, pueden ver contrayendo y cayendo como absoluto meteorito a la tierra. En lo que tienes este velazo. Ven y dime entonces. No, sí, güey, la volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento. Ya veremos, carnal. En la de 12 horas, solamente para enseñarles esto, la de 12 horas sí está expandiendo junto con este movimiento a la alza después de ¿cómo se llama? De varios periodos de volatilidad nula. Esto nos debería llevar al 78,6% y eso está en los 91,500 dólares, lo que aún da más referencia a nuestro análisis de lo que estamos viendo, pensando va a pasar. Ahora, para simplificárselo todo a ustedes, damas y caballeros, niños y niñas, acérquense, húndense por acá. Nada de HPDR, vamos a quitar. Bueno, para empezar, el retomar realmente en tu diaria el promedio de los 200, tu S&P 200 en 88,300, va a ser algo interesante, porque si lo llegas a tomar y empiezas a consolidar por acá, vas a tener más probabilidades de ser alcista. Pero les vamos a poner la fotografía por completo. No era esto, pendejo. No era esto, pendejo. Qué estúpido eres, Alejandro. Ok, en la semanal, para que se vea bonito, lo vamos a acercar así. Vale. Lo que nosotros estamos pensando es que existen dos zonas de rechazo, tres zonas de rechazo fundamentales acá para los cortos. Uno, la línea meme en los 88,928. Dos, los 92,500. Y tres, 94,800. Esas van a ser las tres zonas de interés para cortos. Romper los 95,000 a la alza, eso nos diría que nuestros cortos están mal y que esto va a continuar subiendo. Por ahora, tenemos todavía altos, bajos y bajos más bajos con altos más bajos. Nada nos dice, junto con todas las divergencias bajistas, divergencia bajista en la trimestral, con momentum apuntando para abajo y aparte dándonos un cero como el que vimos en Luna. Lo mismo con la mensual, lo mismo con la de 2 semanas. Lo único que estamos viendo en nuestra opinión en este momento es simplemente un rebote para sacar a todo el mundo y que no sea tan fácil el corto. Yo sé que se habla de la fuerza relativa de Bitcoin en contra de la bolsa, pero Bitcoin es más predatorio que la bolsa. Bitcoin tiene que joder y cogerse a todos. Si el ciclo simplemente se hubiera repetido como el 2021, donde Bitcoin topó, después cayó y la bolsa cayó y todo continuó en el 2022, sabríamos que Bitcoin va para abajo, pero por ahora tiene que traer a toda la gente con las narrativas tan estúpidas en las que todos caemos, que son excelentes, por cierto. Y esta vez Bitcoin es diferente, le va a ganar a todas las cosas en el mundo. Vente, ve todo el mercado caer, Bitcoin tiene fuerza. Y ahí es donde metes a toda la gente que está como nosotros, de aprendimos del ciclo pasado, no vamos a caer en ello, ahora vemos la fuerza relativa de Bitcoin, voy a caer en ello y vámonos al pito. Cosas que nos hacen pensar eso, simplemente el dólar puesto en vista mensual, cuando volteamos a ver al dólar y te cuentan del desplome brutal del dólar y puedes ver que el dólar está poniendo un bajo más alto junto con altos más altos y continuando a largo plazo esa tendencia, te darás cuenta que es mentira. Y además, si volteas a ver al dólar en este gráfico mensual, tendrías que entender que esto yéndose para abajo diría que Warren Buffett está equivocado en su trade y que toda la gente que ahorita es experta en aranceles y que toda la gente que también es experta en aranceles es experta en el colapso del dólar, estarían bien. O sea, el 99.9% de toda la gente estaría bien en este trade. Pero, personalmente, tíos, esta madre va a rebotar a la alza y absolutamente violar a todos. ¿Qué tipo de ejemplo tengo? Por ejemplo, el peso mexicano. El peso mexicano es una gran manera de entender esto. ¿Por qué? Porque el peso mexicano es la relación más directa y estúpida con el dólar, porque no cambia. México no cambia, Estados Unidos en general no cambia su relación con México. ¿Qué tenemos por acá? La crisis del 95, cuando devaluaron el peso y tuvimos este gran brincón, lo que también resultó en otros problemas a la economía. Pero vámonos no tan lejos, vámonos a las cosas que conocemos. Vamos al 2008, donde en el 2008 el dólar cayó desde su pico en el 2004 un 16%. Y una vez que cayó un 16% y que el peso ganó ese terreno, en el 2008, justamente agosto del 2008, recuerden, el mercado tocó fondo y esto es algo que tienen que entender todos. El mercado tocó fondo en el mercado bajista en Estados Unidos en marzo del 2009. Marzo del 2009. ¿Qué es esta vela? Marzo del 2009, cuando el peso perdió en contra del dólar ya 57%, eso quiere decir casi 2/3 partes de todo tu dinero o valor relativo en el peso se fue a la mierda, es cuando tocó el mercado, la bolsa de valores gringa, el fondo, ¿ok? Y esto llevó al peso hasta los 15, de los literalmente 9 o casi 10 hasta 15. De ahí tuvo otra respiradita hasta los 11, pero después dio continuación, como pueden ver acá. Ahora, vamos al 2020, que la acaban de ver todos, pero en rápido. 2020 tienes al peso contra el dólar, hace un pico en el 2017 y de ahí cae un 20%. 20% es el máximo que cayó el dólar, pero donde vino a encontrar piso después del 11%, que da igual, digamos 20%. ¿Qué tipo de movimiento dio el peso, el dólar en contra del peso en el 2020? En febrero. Y esto fue antes de que la pandemia fuera anunciada y fuera oficial, ¿ok? Esto es febrero. Dio un movimiento de 40% a la alza. 40% a la alza. ¿Ok? Estamos entendiendo. Y adivinen cuál fue el tope de este 40% a la alza. Mayo, el fondo del mercado en Estados Unidos. ¿Ok? ¿Qué estamos preparando en este momento con el peso? Tienen que entender esto. El peso retomó en el 2020 al 2024, que fue el año pasado, esto es abril del 2024, ganó un 36% de valor en contra del dólar. 36% en 4 años. En un año ya llegaste a perder hasta 30%, ¿ok? Pero ahorita está solamente 20% abajo. Eso quiere decir que una quinta parte de tu dinero en valor relativo desapareció. Me vas a decir entonces que México, el peso mexicano, se va a volver muy fuerte porque el dólar se va a ir a la mierda. Recuerda, esa es la narrativa de todos los expertos de aranceles. Y el peso mexicano, cuando a México se volvió y tuvo toda esta fuerza, el superpeso, ¿no? El superpeso vino porque todas las empresas, por la guerra de aranceles de Estados Unidos con China, todas las empresas abrieron en México y empezaron a exportar a Estados Unidos, ¿ok? Ahora, Estados Unidos está llevando las empresas de hasta México a Estados Unidos. Me estás diciendo que el peso mexicano va a florecer en contra del dólar en esta situación. Ok, chido. Si es lo que creen, no tiene nada de malo. Felicidades, van a aprender algo bastante interesante. O a que son unos genios y que las noticias siempre te dicen la verdad. O que tal vez 99% de la gente normalmente está mal. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir a fin de todo? Este movimiento del dólar contra el peso nos va a señalar, una vez que el peso llegue a los 27 dólares, 27 por uno, anótenlo para que se rían de mí. Va a tomar un año, hasta un año me doy para estar mal. Pero cuando el peso llega a los 27, y esto también podría pasar en un mes, 2 meses, 27 por peso, ese va a ser el fondo del mercado gringo, de la bolsa de valores gringa. ¿Ok? Eso para mí, eso y mi confirmación va a ser el oro perdiendo un 8 a 10% en un día. Por ahora, sigo bajista, sigo viendo al dólar con muchísima fuerza y una narrativa donde 99% de los expertos de aranceles me dicen que el dólar va a colapsar. Ok, con los bonos creando altos más bajos, con bajos más bajos y no creando nuevos altos desde el 2023. Ok, vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. Por eso yo creo que Bitcoin, y le doy todavía más énfasis al análisis que están haciendo estos cracks, por esto yo creo que Bitcoin va a encontrar un tope por acá y va a ser la última cosa que los viole a todos con esas divergencias bajistas en todas temporalidades altas, menos en las cortas donde somos alcistas. Para mí otra cosa que es importante ver el precio de Solana. Solana cuando cae por adelantado, sé que Bitcoin va a caer y Bitcoin le sigue. Cuando Solana pompea fuerte, sé que Bitcoin va a pompear fuerte. Ahorita Solana no ha hecho ninguna de las dos y Bitcoin pompeó. Otra cosa que me da más, vamos a ver hasta dónde puede llegar. De nuevo, no tengo prisa en este trade. Vamos a ver cuánto tiempo dura. No lo sabemos. ¿Y por qué el mercado está bajando en lo que todo lo demás, en lo que Bitcoin sube? Es simplemente también un reflejo de lo que estás viendo en el dólar. Una vez más, este pánico con este dólar que se está colapsando aparentemente en un gráfico alcista que empieza desde el 2011. Lo pueden ver empezar desde el 2008 si quiero ponerme mamón. Así que vamos a verlo. Alrighty, we got AMD and Roblox. Sir, what are you doing, Mr. Farhan?
I am doing Roblox.
Alrighty, let me put that ticker on.
Mr. Robert Lux.
Mr. Robert Lux, Robert Loja. R as in Robert Loja. Sorry.
Alrighty, 2-week. And momentum is currently flipped to the downside, while volatility is now freshly expanding. But what's more likely from here is not a straight move down, and the reason for that is because we are holding on to this 38.2%, and we have a sharp buying wick off of it. This isn't necessarily telling you that we're going to reverse this trend to the downtrend to an uptrend, but what it does tell you is you're likely going to get at the very least a bounce to the 5 EMA, which as of right now we have hit that 5 EMA at $59.56, and we are rejecting it. As long as we continue rejecting this 5 EMA, a little bit more. It would give a little bit more confidence to see it also reject the 9. You would have basically a 61.8% chance of coming back down to retest this 38.2% again. And at that point, since you've tested it so many times, it's likely to break, and you're probably going to go a little bit lower down to this 21 EMA to retest this silver cross. But that likely is just going to be a higher low, and it probably gets a move up from there because this 21 has not really been, it's been tested twice, and each time you've gotten a pretty significant bounce. And if you were to look at momentum, it still has not gotten into the bearish control zone while going all the way down to the 38.2%. It will go to the into the bearish control zone if you start to lose this 21 EMA on a closing basis. And if that happens, then you're likely going to come down to this meme line. At that point, you've taken this low and probably going to start breaking down. But right now, what's more likely based off of this macro trend is that you get a bounce at this 21 EMA that this silver cross holds. Let's switch to weekly. And I'll switch to the quarterly for a second, just to show that original short idea, or the monthly actually, the original short idea. that we posted on the Academy, where it was the rejection of the top 38.2%. Oh, I'm not 38.2%. Rejection of the top 100%. So I was expecting it to come down from here. Should have put the stop loss a little bit higher, but I didn't want the risk to be that much, so it got stopped out right here. But the second one actually did hit, and it hasn't quite hit TP1 yet. That one is, I believe, this meme line right here, but it kind of looks like it will hit. Took a scratch on that one, but this one is playing out. And right now, momentum is pretty sharply breaking down on the quarterly below the, monthly below the moving average, with volatility at this moment still contracting. But if you were to start losing this 38.2% on a closing basis, that's when you're going to get your volatility expansion. And the last time that you had momentum breaking down with volatility expansion was right over here, and you went down about 33.8%. Quite the move. Now let's switch to the 1 week. Weekly right now, it's going along with the idea with that you're probably going to continue to get a little bit of a bounce from here based off of this holding of this 38.2%. And you're already over the median on the weekly too. And momentum is breaking out of the bearish control zone, getting to the reset point. And if it can continue holding over this median, momentum will make its way into the bullish control zone, and then volatility likely starts expanding from there. Right now, we haven't quite yet tested the median, and with a setup like this, where you close below it and then you open above the median, you almost always get a retest of that median. That median right now sits somewhere around like $57.58. High probability that it will bounce from that median based on momentum being to the upside. And right now, you have a jewel starting to lose a sell signal right above the bearish control zone. So let's mark with a vertical line whenever we lost the sell signal down in this area. This one was in the bearish control zone, so it's going to be a little bit more powerful, but we'll just mark it because it's still pretty low. This is at the 41 point on the RSI, and this one's at 32. It's not that far off. This one's a little too far, so we're not going to do that one. And that should be it. Now we measure. That was a move down of 44.69%. This one was a failure. It just went up. %. And as of right now, down 6%. So what would activate that move? It would be closing below that median. So if you were to take that 28% number from here, brings you perfectly down to this meme line. Nice how that works. Go to the 5-day. 5-day is also getting momentum breaking out of the bearish control zone, with volatility still contracting, and we're losing the sell signal on the jewel. And it's going along with reclaiming the 38.2%. So let's see what happens whenever we were below the 38.2%, and then we reclaim it. Close below it right here. Sorry to reclaim it. Got to move back, a free move back up to the top. Let's see another one. Close below it here. Reclaimed it. Basically went straight up to the top 38.2%. Lost it right here. Quickly reclaimed it. Went to the top. Lost it right here. Reclaimed it. Went to the top. Same thing right here. In one candle, went to the top. And that top 38.2% would right now be at about, very beautiful number of $69.96. Today is also flipped up to the on momentum, with the jewel losing the sell signal. Volatility is now at like 7%. So if you can get a close, continue to get a close over this median, that should give you basically from this volatility at these lows, at least to move up to somewhere around that 50% to the 61.8%. That takes you somewhere around 63 to like $64, just below that $69 number. Daily is now starting to flip down, losing the bullish control zone. We have not gotten a close yet, so it's not yet confirmed. It will confirm as long as you continue to reject this top 38.2%, which is at $60.45. So what it looks like, as long as we continue to close like this, is that you probably get a pullback first before you get that move into the $69 area, and that pullback could take you anywhere to from this 5 EMA all the way down to this median with lines right up with this 100. What's more likely, in my opinion, is that it's going to come right down here, test somewhere around this median, maybe go a little bit lower, might even swipe this low, but it's like after that point, it's most likely based off of the higher time frames, going to continue closing over the median and then continuing to somewhere around $69. But at $69, you'd have to reevaluate and see if we get a rejection from there or not. If we don't reject it, then it's probably going to be back into up only mode. 4 hour, 4 hours also flipping to the downside. Do we have any divergences? These are lower highs, higher highs. Interesting. So there's several dries of bearish divergence on the 4 hour. Has it confirmed? Not just yet, but it will confirm if we can close this candle below $59.56. That will give you a move down to somewhere around this 55 and 21, which is they're all clustered together. That is somewhere right around just below $60. HPDR is a little conflicting. Maybe the RSI will give us a better look. Oh, very worrying. Right now on the monthly, if you notice on the RSI, you get a high. You got highs right here and here. You have lower highs, higher highs on the RSI, giving you possible hidden bearish divergence on the monthly. And that will confirm if you get a close below $52.30. That will confirm this as your lower high, giving you the bearish divergence. And what follows a lower high is usually a lower low. That is quite bad. So you absolutely, no matter what, do not want to get a monthly close below $52.30. 2 week. Let's see. Oh, 2 week also has the hidden bearish divergence. And it will confirm with a close below $50.10. The RSI target I could give you based off of that, the easy target would be the neutral zone on the RSI. That level sits at about, it's a little bit lower than my bias, somewhere around $40.
Damn.
Fair Jesus giveth and taketh. Right now, the 2 week does have active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing above $56.03. It is arguable that it has played out because you've already tapped not only the 21, but you've tapped the 9 EMA as well. And now look what beautiful pattern this hidden bullish divergence has given us. Shoulder, head, perfect little shoulder right there. And I'm curious to see what move this would give us. Let's see. Trend line. Fuck. I gotta have these exact.
Sorry, I'm looking at a meme.
Conservative target right around $30, $33, $34. Interesting. That's very close to that RSI target of $40. 5 days about to put in about what is that? 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It will confirm if you can close above $58.80, and that should give you a move into the simple moving average, which right now sits at $74.20. It kind of looks like it could really either go both ways. Bulls want to keep this over that $58.80 area before this close. 3-day, 2-day. 2-day has active bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing above $50.10. And if you remember, that was the number to confirm the bearish divergence. And your next target, if you get a close above $60, should be to the bearish bullish control zone, which right now is at $63.66, very close to that $69 number. So right now, basically, if you were to get, if you could get a close over, oh, my AirPod fell out. If you either get a close over about $60, you should see that move into the $69, $70 area. Get a close below $50, and you're probably going to break down. Probably get a bounce somewhere around that $45 area. Then probably going to go to that, not that much lower, but $39, which is that RSI target. Daily also has active bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over $56.03. Get a close over similar number of $60.63, then you should get a move into the bullish control zone. And that level is at $65.82. Let's go to momentum. Already monthly. Monthly momentum is freshly flipping to the downside. It's breaking out of the bearish control zone. Bullish control zone, and monthly is putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, which will confirm below $52.30. And you are currently flipped down as long as you're below $69.59. Ooh, do you remember that $69 number? These pivots
Always.
like to get retested. 2-week is also currently flipped to the downside with volatility contraction. Likely volatility will start expanding if you start breaking the $50 area. Then you're probably going to get a quick, rapid move down to somewhere around this $40 to mid 30s. Now as we're starting to start flipping up, momentum on the weekly is flipped to the upside. It will remain up as long as you're above $58.09. Volatility is very close to contraction. And if you do get that contraction on this next closure, that's going to tell you that probably just going to making a lower high. Even going up to somewhere around that $60 to $70 area would still just be a lower high. And the head and shoulders would still play out and probably go into $40. And it's basically the same setup as Bitcoin right now, where it's flipping up at the edge of the critical zone, probably comes back up to test the bearish control zone, and then you get your breakdown. 5 days also flipped to the upside, and it will be flipped up above $54.85. 2 days also flipped up, and it will be flipped up above $54.50. Daily is also flipped up, and it will be flipped up above $56.87. 4 hours starting to flip down, however. I see. Because there's a silver cross about to happen, so you probably get a retest. Makes sense. What is the pivot? I hate it when it does this sometimes. Where is the fucking pivot?
Where
All
are
right, there we
you?
go. $60. It will flip to the upside if you can close the 4 hour over $60 basically. Very close to that number. Let's
Was
see if we can get something to help our bias right now.
Fuck yeah.
That was funny. Sorry, Farn.
Oh, that's some sombering news. The 2 hour is currently flipped to the downside. It's getting out of the critical zone and it's flipped down below $60. Kind of makes it seem likely that the 4 hour will flip to the downside, but that would just be a retest of this silver cross, getting a move down to somewhere around that 50-ish, maybe mid to high 50-ish area. Probably gets that move into that $60 to $70 area from there. Bull trap, and then probably breaks down. Let's go back to the monthly. So right now, monthly is freshly flipping down on Roblox, getting out of the critical zone, putting in 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. You flip down below $69.59. Basically, all of the high time frames are flipping to the downside. The only thing that only time frames are flipping up is the weekly and below. and now the on the low time frames, like the 4-hour, are starting to flip down. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's immediately bearish for the 4-hour flipping down, because you're going to have a silver cross confirmed on this next closure. What that would likely do is give you a retest of that silver cross, and then the medium term move should play out from there into that $60-ish, $70 area, retest that monthly momentum pivot, and then you would get that bearish divergence target of that $39.90 area. And $39 from the all-time high is...
It's like 15. Oh, no, wait.
70 fucking percent. Good Lord.
But you're grabbing it from the all-time high. Hopefully no one here bought then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and believe that nobody bought that. It makes me feel better.
I just hope it for their own sake.
So to summarize it up, basically, long term it's looking quite bearish. It's you have hidden bearish divergences all the way up to the monthly. It very close to confirming the hidden bearish divergence, but in the short terms, you likely get a bounce before. Well, let me freeze that. Right now, you're getting a pullback to retest the silver cross. Then you likely continue this short-term bounce that you're getting into that monthly pivot. Reject that, then you break down to $40. And I'm thinking it's going to go a lot lower. And I'm thinking eventually, I can't give you a rough time frame, maybe like a year and a half, you're probably going to retest these lows in the 20s. It is not looking good. It's looking like kind of dog shit.
That'd be brutal if we start taking out lows from 2022. People are gonna fucking not know what to do, right?
And it kind of makes sense with the S&P having quarterly bearish divergence.
Yeah.
Well, it's just tailwinds, guys. Just tailwinds for everyone. This is just a fake out. The bears are completely lost. They're in disbelief. And Bitcoin's going to go to $800 million. I saw what Kathy Wood said, and she's never right. I mean, wrong. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Oh,
Scott.
my mistake, Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, tailwinds.
Okay. Tailwinds.
Hey, I'll agree with whatever you say as long as you get me into F1, Scott.
Oh, I don't know about that. I just know that it's fast cars and that's it. But I'll be there. I'll be on the next race supporting Lando Norris. My favorite driver that they told me to support, and he's not doing great. He's having a mental breakdown. But I mean, his teammate is kind of winning. So he's just 2.5 years into this. Anyways, bye.
All right. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Where is he? Scott went that way. Thank you. There you go. That's fucking bad. There's a lot of people here. A lot of people here. By the way, that's just a preview of how my head works.
Got Trump.
It's just full of characters that just talk to me left and right. So this is why no one should listen to anything I say. Let's get started with this. All right, you did AMD. I don't know if you're going to have time to do another one, but if you do, Farhan, we would love for you to do gold, shiny rock. It's only going to continue to go up. There you go.
I will be signing off at 11:45. So if we get to it, then I'll get to it.
I'll be as quick as possible to here. Bastante rápido. Tenemos divergencia bajista en la mensual, tenemos divergencia bajista en la de 2 semanas, tenemos divergencia bajista en la semanal. También a corto plazo estamos viendo un rebote. Esto es Roblox, estamos viéndolo en la mensual. Tenemos nuestro máximo histórico por acá en los $141. Estamos cotizando en $59. Estamos creando un buen patroncillo por acá, chido, pero encontramos un tope local acá en los 75, 74 y desde entonces en la mensual hemos estado cayendo, pero seguimos por encima del promedio del 5, por encima del promedio del 9, lo que nos pone una postura alcista todavía. La pregunta es, ¿vamos a hacer un nuevo alto o vamos a hacer un mínimo? La respuesta es chistosa porque es un poco de las dos. ¿Ok? Lo que estamos esperando nosotros es que vayamos a ver un rebote. Puedes ver que estás en contra de esta resistencia. Después de romper esta resistencia, muy probablemente vayas a darte una vuelta justamente a la zona de los 66, 69 dólares, y ahí es donde probablemente encuentres tu siguiente alto más bajo, y después de formar un alto más bajo y un alto más, dos altos más bajos con un bajo, vas a formar un bajo más bajo. Creemos que vas a encontrarte con ese bajo más bajo primero en la zona de los 47.28 y después por acá en los 37. Darte un objetivo más abajo de esto se me hace un poco loco, pero Farhan dice que es posible, es posible. Diaria, y los voy a llevar, es más, no solamente diaria, me gustan las de 3 días en este tipo de cosas. Para que lo puedan ver bien, 3 días, estás teniendo este breakout, estás por encima del 9, del 5, del 34 y vas a ir a buscar la media que se encuentra en los 62 dólares. De poder romper esos 62 dólares, tu siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 66, que es la parte alta de acá. Todavía falta un día y 4 horas para cerrar esta tabla. Siempre y cuando no pierdas los 57.73, deberías de darte este vuelo a los 66.70, que es donde pensamos nosotros que vamos a encontrar ese techo local. Ahora, la diaria, estamos encontrándonos con el toque de la zona azul y el rechazo. De tener este toque y rechazo tal cual como lo estás viendo y cerrar en 3 horas 50 minutos de esta forma y no por encima de los 60.48, vas a tener un chance de retestear la media, que sería un retesteo de básicamente esto para después dar esto o hasta los 69 y después dar continuación, barrer estos mínimos y llevártelos de camino. ¿Dónde sabemos que estamos mal? De romper los 69 a la alza, estamos en un error. Pero lo que creemos simplemente es que vas a buscar hacer un corto. Eso es lo que más sentido tiene una vez que llegues acá. ¿Por qué? Porque este rally no es asegurado. Lo que sí es asegurado es que muy probablemente vaya a continuar cayendo por todas las divergencias bajistas que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades. Así que pendientes acá en la diaria también con esta vela topera. Vamos a ver cómo cierra. Queremos tener un cierre por encima de los 60-50 el día de hoy. Eso nos pondría en camino a los 66, 69 y cualquier cosa cerrando por debajo de 57.46, que es 57.43, que es donde está nuestra media, empezaría la caída antes de lo que pensamos y esto simplemente fue el segundo alto más bajo después de este y va a dar continuación y barrer los 50.18 a la baja. Ahí lo tienes, Alex. We're doing AMD.
Yes.
Did I? Yeah, I was like, I did my homework before. Fucking AMD's right there. Oh, you, sir.
Nice. Yeah, AMD is, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty basic. You know, when we get into these like long form downtrends on the daily, it's very to the book. Each one's a lower high. And now what we find ourselves in is within this range here, where support's going to be 72.45 and resistance is at $102. So it's a big range we're in. Losing this zone, though, often takes us to the next zone. So now going to where we're currently at, very simple downtrend. Even on this move here, it tried to break the overall last lower high. This just led to a double top before breakdown. And now what we have is, you know, this move up just looks like another lower high to me. So now we have a kind of a gauge of reference if you're a bear. So if you see this gap here on the daily, you'd be gauging a move back up to maybe the 9 or the 21, if at all. And now you have an easy invalidation. For me, though, honestly, AMD is just slow grinding down. And yes, we are now at extreme volatility, but it's even now just resetting, right? That move up is what got it to extreme volatility. So, you know, the counter op move would now be it resetting and it actually contracting down. AMD is really not looking too good, though. Even on the weekly, last week, I mean, that move up simply just rejected the 9. And this is what often very easy downtrends give you. Moves up to the weekly 9 that lead to just major rejections. When you break the 9, you have to look to the 21. That's kind of exactly where we rejected, which would have been already an area of interest just simply based on that weekly SMA 200. What you're noticing, though, is, yeah, AMD has lost the weekly SMA 200. At that point, I mean, bears are in full control here. Generally, when you lose a weekly SMA 200, you're in a bear market, but you're also just in full bear territory. I mean, last occurrence here, you can just see the dramatic price action down you had once you did actually lose the SMA 200. From that point, you went down 22%. And then you reclaimed it, couldn't hold it. And then from this point, you went down another 18%. And then it got reclaimed and it held. And then, you know, bulls were happy. But this isn't looking good. It looks like we lost it. We put in the retest on this move up, dumped, got a weekly lower high exactly at where you'd expect. And now, I mean, we have nothing but air here. Last occurrence was right here back in 2022. Let's see again when we lost the weekly SMA 200. And then, so what you'll see here is we lost it. We were trying to flirt with it a little bit, but what you'll notice is, yeah, bulls never were able to reclaim that. I mean, that let us down dramatically 70%. And then we essentially stayed under that for, well, 1,240 days about. So, you know, that's terrible, actually. And what? It's not really until you get back above it where you have a fun time as a bull. So that's not good. And then here you can just see once you lost it for, back in 07, I mean, that is just was a 91% collapse straight to business, didn't retest it, you know, until years later. So we're at a very big spot. That's why I always mention whenever you are at a weekly SMA 200, I often do this because it kind of just puts things in perspective for how bear market should be, which is, you know, this is a big zone. You lose it, you got to stay under it. If you do reclaim it, you have to quickly lose it. But generally, more than not, you do just lose it and then just kind of deviate from it, playing within the 34, the 21, and the 9 very nicely. And this is why I like using the moving averages, because this is a very good example of that. You know, when you start breaking away, well, now we can look at the 9. Okay, reclaimed it. We'll look at the 21, rejected it. 34, and then you just kept solidly rejecting the 34. So NVIDIA is very easy trading because it does respect the levels, and even in the downtrend it's in now, I mean, we haven't reclaimed the weekly 9. Let's see about the 5. Yeah, still even rejecting the weekly 5 too. It's looking quite weak. Bears are now going to try to take out this wick low at $76.50 and actually move down to $72.50. $72.50 will be a big zone. You know, like I said before, it's generally just the bottom of support when we get to this zone. So you have to be really gauging this area carefully as a bounce zone. Losing it will just open up the next area, which is 59.90. Pretty big drop though. I mean, it's like a over 10% range on these. It's like you lose 72, like 50, you're going to have a potential of an 18% drop. And then you lose this, you have another 17% drop. So playing within the ranges makes sense to me. All right, now let's see here. Let's see the weekly HPDR view. I wonder if it's breaking down. Yeah, so it isn't breakdown posturing. This even plays in nicely for what I was saying. Now, on my opinion, bears have an easy invalidation. So, right, any move up to here, you'd be gauging possibly a move up to the 9. But really, realistically, the 38.2% probably comes in wherever that 5 is. Yeah, the 5 is right around there. So, you know, if you're not short, you could position short off of the 38.2% with the idea that, you know, 97, 98 essentially holds as a stop loss. You start breaking that, you know, you could be trying to a trend shift here while then getting back above specifically the daily 9. Even the daily median shifted up. I mean, the 21 is nicely where the 38.2% is. To me, it just seems like 92 to 93 is a possible short opportunity with a stop at 97.80. And that's just why I like clean downtrends because, well, I mean, if you just used that same idea, playing the trend, lower highs, and then also playing the 21, maybe the 34 if it allowed, you would be easily be printing straight down this whole way. So I don't see why that wouldn't work, specifically when you do see the weekly as weak as it is. But you know, you should be gauging some bounce at 59, in my opinion, right? If $73 doesn't hold, 59.90 will be the next zone. Should be gauging some big bounce at that spot. mean, that has just proven well as a big spot where buyers like to show up. Just to see what that could mean on the monthly. Not really seeing much. Hopium is that, yeah, it just hits the 97.5% range. But yeah, I mean, even here, it's basically flirting with the monthly EMA 100. Which, I mean, it's not good. Lost it here, and then you just didn't test it for a very long time after that. I mean, yeah, it took, I mean, that was just years. You didn't even test that again. So not a good chart. It's not really the strongest chart in my opinion. There are nicer things to trade, and you'll even notice this isn't a monthly downtrend even, which is kind of rare, but just ties into this isn't a bear market, right? You have your monthly lower low. You broke the last higher low. Was it not? Higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Now you're just in an aggressive downtrend. To me, it's like if you get a bounce here, let's say at the EMA 100, I mean, a move back up to like 120s is a short opportunity. Yeah, and that even ties in nicely with the 38.2% around that zone. Until then, I mean, you're either going to aggressively try to play the daily downtrend, or you're just going to wait on your hands and try to catch the last lower high. But I mean, this chart, in my opinion, is just one of those where it doesn't really make sense to invest in it right now. Specifically, too, if you're here, you start losing this on the monthly. Well, you're gonna possibly just go to the SMA 200, right? And if you start investing at AMD at $84, and we see here that that's at 40, well, you know, that could be a 50% haircut on your trade or investment. So that's why for me, it's like 9 days have already gone by. You can definitely sit on your hands and see if this EMA 100 will hold, because then at least if it does, you can start formulating some ideas. If it doesn't, well, you're going to get a nice move to the 100. It's very similar to what we saw here. You lost it, you went to the 100. You lost it, you went to the 200. You lost the 100, you went to the 200. So it's very simple. It's just unfortunate that that's 50% away from where the 100 is now. So that is a pretty big drop. But with the monthly now in a downtrend, it's honestly not totally out of question. Specifically, too, when you see the quarterly 34 is already here. That's been a big spot. So 2 months still to go. But I mean, it's not the most absurd to say that, you know, AMD could go back to the 40s potentially. Yeah, 21. So you're at support, but it's just, will it hold? Will it hold? 12-month 9. Yeah, I mean, across the board, you are at somewhat support, I will say. But and that's higher time frame. Everything else, though, is looking kind of dooky and telling me that, yes, you could argue, well, you're at the 21, you're at the 6-month 9, you're at the 2-month. Well, not anywhere on the 2-month, but, you know, it's like the weekly, the monthly, the 2-month, the daily, it's all looking terrible. So we have to then assume that, you know, these that have a long closure still are probably just going to not be good. That's why, you know, it's 2 months still. It's a long time. But for what we have now, weekly was disgusting. There's no long trigger even to be, you know, had here. Bulls are just aggressive bulls are going to be trying to catch some lower high. But as you guys can see, that really hasn't been working out too nicely for aggressive bulls at all. Like, they're just fueling this down. And that's why it's like no trigger, no trade. There's no reason to be investing in something that's actively looking bad. You're now finally at the 2-week SMA 200. First tap, you're now filling this wick. So, you know, it's like if you're bullish, your best bet around this zone at $73, $72.50 is like to just see consolidation for a long time, like this, for a very long time. That would be your best bet if you're bullish. If you're bearish, well, you're just looking for this to maybe do this and then go all the way down to like the 50s, 40s. And I'm on the camp that the 40s is loading for AMD. Just more a matter of when. That could quickly change, though, if, let's say, that monthly EMA 100 continues to hold. But we just have 9 days still until that is going to happen. Very clean rejection on this move up to 113, actually. And that's why I drew these, because I'm just trying to show like this is very clean trading to the downside. There's no reason to fight this. It's very to the book. And really, until NVIDIA either starts, or no, AMD, not NVIDIA, starts reclaiming back above, call it 100, yeah, this is just going to be in kind of a no trade zone on the long side. So 100 makes sense to cycle. The daily wants to load. Reclaiming back above 100 would mean you're now back above all major moving averages. Daily trend has shifted. Weekly trend is about to shift. And the next move will be the EMA 100, which is at $112. So I think using 100 as kind of your gauge makes a lot of sense on a daily close, of course. And until then, you're just more of a chance to go down to 72. And then if 72.50 doesn't hold, well, you're probably going to see a nice dump bullet to like the 50s, 45s. And that's just based on how the monthly is. So that's all I have on AMD. Not really looking good. And it's really rare for something to be in a monthly downtrend. So just take that however you want. But, you know, the trend is your friend. And I mean, if you did, let's say, move up from here, which is possible because we're at a major zone, you would be gauging the lower high. So that's kind of all I'll say at that. You're gauging the next lower high on the monthly if you're short. So even if you move up to the EMA 100 on the daily, you reclaim 100, it still could mean maybe into the next month, this just forms into some lower high with just a simple rejection of either the SMA 200 or the EMA 100. You would be gauging the EMA 100 very closely, just simply based on the fact that you've been front running it. The 34 has been holding us so nicely down already. You can just see here, once you actually really start to lose the EMA 100, that's kind of when this started to really break away from everything. And even here, the SMA 200 is just always a big spot for the boomers. So kind of like nice. You have like an easy gauge if you're long. You're waiting for 100 to get reclaimed, then we can do this, maybe short the monthly lower high. Or you're just waiting for a daily to give you a short idea at the 21 with a tight stop at like 97.80, and you'll be targeting like 72.70. Lose that, you could just set stops, break even, and target 59s or closer to wherever that EMA 100 is on the monthly. So I'm going to, or yeah, SMA 200 on the monthly, my apologies. So I'm going to be focused on AMD a little closely because it is honestly an easy short. I mean, that's been free money. So it's very interesting to see that.
Thank you, sir. We're just going to jump into gold because Farin's going to go.
Cool.
Let's try to get this done very rapido, muy rapido.
It's going up.
Is this the right ticker?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
TVC. It doesn't have. Oh no, this is the one because it has more data. I'll do the yearly right now. So the yearly on gold is insane. Well, momentum is pointed to the upside, getting over the moving average with volatility expansion, and it's not nearly topped out yet because this thing likes to go to the 100. So it does look like my original target from 2023 is going to play out sooner than I expected, because our top now is $70 away from my $3,500 target. And now we have momentum. On the jewel, giving us a buy signal. We're so we currently still have the pink above the yellow. It happened all the way over here, and we're very close to breaking into the critical zone. But the other thing that you have to notice, though, is that we have a God mode sell signal in the background. So once this light blue does flip over into a neutral and then to a dark blue, that God mode sell signal is going to play out. And if you mark with a vertical line every time we had a God mode sell signal, right there. And this is just front running it because we haven't gotten the sell signal yet. We're just getting the preparations for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to use these, kind of irrelevant. .9% drop on gold. Shiny Rock went down a lot.
It's almost like if the US dollar went to exploding value, this would happen. Crazy.
Oh yeah, the other two were before the gold really exploded. So if we were to take 43% down from this high, let's just take it from 3,500 because it fits my bias. Brings it just under 2,000. Very interesting. That 2,000 was a very, 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 very significant spot. So imagine if we come down, get a fuck you wick right here, and then end up closing back above it. And that wouldn't go along with the pullback from the 3,500 with momentum getting to extremes and volatility getting to extremes. Same thing on the 6 month. We're getting pretty high up, not quite topped out yet, but we're getting pretty like very, very close. And we have volatility very close to being topped out. That goes along with us getting very, very close to hitting that 88.3% as well. If you notice, last time where we made our major top on gold right here in July of 2011, was it 2011? Yeah, 2011. It was right at that 88.3%. Top right here, 88.3%. Top right here, 88.3%. And ever since 02, we've been finding our tops all the way, always at that 88.3%. That 88.3% right now is slightly higher than my target of 3,500. That's it's at 3681. Very nice area to put in not just a local top, but a macro top for several, not just months, years, because this is a 6-month chart. So probably like how long was this? This was
Oh,
from
dude, decade.
2013. Yeah, like 10 years. Good Lord. So then
That's what's about to happen.
we might not see new all-time highs on gold until like 2035.
But how not? The dollar is going to disappear. It's collapsing.
Quarterly is also getting pretty high up, getting well into the 90% area. I don't think it's going to reach the 95%. I think it's going to top out somewhere right above the 88.3, like it did right here. Went above the 88.3, topped out. Above the 88.3, topped out. Basically the same thing that we just saw on the 6-month. Momentum right now is also at very extremes at 94.5%. Volatility is 94.5%. Got that same God mode background, just waiting for us to get that sell signal so we can get our dump ski. Imagine being the guy that longs gold at $3,400.
There's going to be plenty of those people.
Monthly is doing the same thing, getting very extreme. Monthly is now on a neutral signal with the God mode background. And if we do manage to close over this 88.3%, this will remain on neutral. It won't flip to sell, but it probably will not also flip to buy. It's probably just going to be on a neutral, get that move up into the $3,600 zone, get a shooting star there, and then flip back into a sell. Same thing on the 2-week, extremes on everything, God mode signal. Weekly, same thing. The weekly has a God mode buy, but this is it's had one for basically forever, so I wouldn't really pay much attention to that. I'm on. Accidentally zoomed out a fuck ton. What the fuck? I'm poquito retarded. Forgive me. There you go. Now it shifts to 2-week. 2-week is also nearing the high 90s. Volatility's topped out. Weekly, 5-day, 5-day, same thing. Extremes. Have we gotten the sell signal? Oh, we've already gotten the sell signal on the 5-day. Two-day. 2 days also getting to very extreme levels. 92%. 92%. We still have a buy signal on the jewel, so that does go along with getting one more swipe up, but that's probably going to be it. All right, let's see if this is No, it's not a bearish divergence, but there is a possible bearish divergence right here though, because this technically as of this moment is a lower high. And daily is basically completely tapped out at 98%, 98% on volatility. Jules getting into the critical zone where every single time before, critical zone was the rejection point. And we're getting over the 97.5%. Very, very, very close to a local top. Four hours also in the extreme areas, 98.85%. We already got the double extreme right here. It's possible we actually might not even get that move to 3,500. The confirmation for me that we're not going to get that move is if we get a 4-hour close below 3,283. Then at that point, probably this is going to be the top for a while. Let's switch over to the RSI. So there is possible bearish divergence on the quarterly. It's a little bit difficult to confirm it because you do have a lower high from all of these highs here. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence. But to confirm it right now, you would have to close below 2,614. A little bit unlikely on this candle, in my opinion. But on the next candle, it's going to be a lot easier because then you'd have to close below 2,956. And that would give you a minimum target of this 9 EMA at around 26.59. Start to lose this low here, though, and then Shiny Rock is going to start to look fucked. I mean, monthly, not weekly. 2 week, nothing. Weekly, nothing. 5 day. Zoom in. No, it's a higher high. 3-day has active hidden bullish divergence. If you get a close over, it's kind of hard right now because we're in price discovery. So let's say if you get a close over the simple moving average, it'll be an easier way to do it. That number is 3,415. That should get you a move. Actually, probably not because I just saw volatility. Very unlikely that you even get that close. But that would give you a move into the critical zone, which is at 5,300. So also unlikely. 2-day also has hidden bullish divergence. Very arguable that it has played out. You've already gotten over the moving average. You would have to basically close over all-time highs for which is not even that helpful to go to the next target. Like, yeah, close over all-time highs and you'll go to new highs. Wonderful insight.
And we'll see if you make all-time highs.
Oh, yeah. Homeless, just buy a house. Same concept.
You don't have money to invest. Just buy 4 apartments and live in one. Rent the others. There's a guy in Mexico that's famous for giving that piece of advice to people.
Is it like sarcastic?
Oh no, it's a legit business guru. One of the first ones that appeared had a shiny jacket and a beard, and he's like, "Hey, if you don't have any money, what you need to do is buy 4 apartments, rent out 3, and live in one." I was like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, beautiful. If you don't have any money, just go to the Fed and buy a couple of $1 million in bonds.
Just go to the bank and ask for a gigantic loan against all of your assets if you're poor.
On the quarterly, we have now gotten our double extreme, and that's so fucking insane that the first extreme was in 2020, and it took 5 years to put in the next extreme.
Whoa.
And we are still currently positioned to the upside on the quarterly, and we will be pointed up above 33.30. Monthly has also gotten the double extreme. Very likely you're going to get your consolidation / pullback very soon, and you are still positioned to the upside above 32.91.
Seems like 3,300 is a good spot. See?
2-week is also given the double extreme, and you're currently pointed up above 33.50. Weekly, no, this is the first extreme on the weekly. Interesting. And the weekly is positioned to the upside above 33.85. So that would go along with one more swipe. 5 days also freshly flipping back up with fresh volatility expansion. And that's the first extreme, and it's going to be flipped up above 3,400. Getting very close. 2 days also freshly flipping back up within the critical zone, and it will be flipped up above 31.94. But I would not expect a large move from this because volatility is at 100%. Daily is still technically flipped to the upside, but we are below the pivot. If we do close today, today's candle below 3,421, this will flip to the downside, and then you probably get that pullback first before trying for 36s. And the invalidation of 36s is a daily close below 32.83. 4 hours also positioned to the upside. Interesting. And it will be pointed up above 33.96. Let's just say 3,400. So based on the higher time frames, it does look like on the HPDR momentum, the volatility, it does look like we are very, very close to a local top if it's not already in. I could see a move up to somewhere around 3,600 if we do continue to go up. I don't really see it going anywhere higher than there, and I would be pretty as far as the closest thing that I'm willing to say to that I'm certain that is probably not going to go to $4,000 on this rally. Probably going to top out somewhere very soon. Put in the next higher low, which is going to take maybe another 2 to 3 years, 4 years, maybe 5 years like last time, and then we can go to new all-time highs. And the new all-time highs, based on the RSI target, it's going to update. Right now, it's pretty laughable target at in the 5,000s. And the higher time frames are just about to start getting their volatility contraction. It's not going to happen on this candle. Very likely it's going to happen on the next candle. And then it's going to be much easier as well to confirm bearish divergences in all the higher time frames. That likely brings you down to a minimum of that $2,000 level. Probably a little bit of a swipe of that $2,000 level. And my bias right now is that's probably going to be the macro bottom. Don't think it's going to be reversed immediately. Probably going to see it's not a very, very crazy statement to say we're going to see new all-time highs on gold, but it's probably going to be a couple of years from now. In the short term, I am looking at a little bit of a move higher to tap that 3,600 area, put in the shooting star candle. Once you do that, it'll be very easy to confirm the bearish divergence on the monthly and the quarterly. And then over the next year and a half, I would expect to tag somewhere around $2,000.
Nice.
Looks very toppy.
It looks very toppy, and also I want to invite everyone to look at again what is either the absolute collapse of the US dollar and China and all of the BRICS nations won. Gold is going to be worth trillions of dollars. Awesome. This is going to continue to go up forever. Or let me invite you to where there was a paradigm shift in finance. That was in the 80s when gold peaked at around $800, $878. That was in January of 1980. That was before I was born. And that took to be swiped out because it just went down and then it just consolidated and then went up. It took until 2007, 2008 for it to get back to that level. Also, I want to bring everyone back to this date exactly, 2011. 2011 was when we had the financial crisis of 2008, obviously, and this was basically really the bottom, also for Europe and everybody, 2011. So from there, which was the top of gold, we went down and didn't get above this on a solid close until 2023. So how many years went by? More than 10 years. I want to invite everyone to the possibility that everyone that's been buying this rally might get stuck in there for a few years. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say.
Close your ears, Peter Schiff.
Like, yeah, everyone right now that's buying gold, like desperate, because the news are so retarded. And I see some people online doing it. It's fucking amazing. I think they're going to get mega fucked. Either way, thank you, sir. That was very clear. And Alex, we're going to go next. Do you need to go now?
Yeah, I'm going to be signing off.
All right, you motherfucker. Enjoy your
Muchas
day.
gracias, muchachos, and hasta
Thank you.
luego. And it's still buenos dias, so buenos dias.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Solamente quiero contestar algo rápido aquí en el chat. ¿Puedo utilizar el app de Bluffing? Claro que puedes. Baja el app de Bluffing en redes sociales, mi Wilmer. Digo, en las... ¿qué redes sociales, cabrón? Las tiendas de Apple o Google. No, Julio, no puede. La debilidad del dólar contra el fortalecimiento de la moneda en Japón y Europa no podrían llevar a esas naciones a imprimir dinero, a estabilizar su moneda. No, porque eso causaría inflación instantánea, pérdida de poder adquisitivo. Hola, tío Sal, ¿me pueden decir cuál es el arcoíris que usan? Porque ya lo busqué como HPDR, pero no me sale igual. Eric, se llama HPDR y no te va a aparecer porque es de paga y cuesta $800. Eso es el indicador de colores que estamos viendo. Muy buenos días a todos. Buenos días, buenos días. Yo tengo acá el teléfono, por cierto, con SIM card para las alertas. Ahora con que no nos la hagan de pedo, ya abrí la cuenta de WhatsApp y todo. Deberíamos de tener esto. Espero que entre hoy y mañana para que les lleguen todas las alertas a todos de todos los trades que hacemos en tiempo real, para que tengan ahí eso en su teléfono. Vale, vamos a continuar con esto. Y Alex, I got ETH for you right after this. Let me do gold and we'll look at ETH because I think that's an important part of this puzzle.
Oh, yeah. All right, cool. I'm going to go to the bathroom real fast.
Sounds good. Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo el oro. Y el oro en la tabla de 6 meses, permítanme ponerlo en la de un año, a ver cómo se ve esto. Completamente ridículo. Vean estas subidas. Quiero también que vean algo. Estos son tiempos importantes. Cada que el oro hace algo así, son tiempos muy importantes, ¿ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? 1980. ¿Por qué llegamos a este tope? Porque separamos al dólar del oro. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Un cambio gigantesco económico, brutal. 2012. Esto fue toda la caída desde el 2020, ¿no? La devaluación del 2020, la nueva impresión de dinero cuando empezamos a la nueva teoría monetaria fue esta. Y el tope de ese rally fue literalmente el 2011, en enero del 2011. ¿Ok? Esto fue un cambio monetario, una vez más, brutal que nos llevó hasta acá. Pero ¿cuánto tiempo tomó todo esto? Desde acá, en enero de 1980, hasta romper esta resistencia, este alto que había logrado, tomó literalmente 20, casi 30 años. Ahora, de acá, de cuando tocó acá arriba en el 2011 a cuando lo superamos con fuerza, porque lo superamos acá en el 2020, esos son 9 años. ¿Cuándo lo superamos en realidad? El 2023. Eso nos pone a 11 años. ¿Entienden a lo que quiero llegar con esto o no? Que estamos ante un movimiento así de parecido. Todo el mundo te está diciendo que compres oro, 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 oro. Oro se está acabando, no hay suficientes ETFs, Estados Unidos no tiene oro en las reservas. Díganme qué historia me falta. Que la demanda de ETFs es tan grande que la tienen que detener, no hay oro, están volando oro del Reino Unido a Estados Unidos a un paso imprescindible, bla, 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 ¿no? Esa es la narrativa. El oro está cotizando en 3,413, muy cerca de altos históricos. Alto histórico es 3,430 por $15, pongámosle. ¿No? Ok, con eso entendido, vámonos al gráfico trimestral. Nuestro gráfico trimestral, dejo de pintar como estúpido, nos da una buena idea de dónde estamos parados con esto y lo pueden ver. Déjenme pongo también el HPDR para que entiendan. Venimos de una tendencia alcista desde el 2008, ¿no? Hasta acá. Bueno, en realidad desde mucho más atrás, pero una bastante tranquila y fácil de entender. Voy a, en realidad, cargarme esta línea. No la necesito. También me voy a llevar esta línea. No creo que el oro vaya a los $800 nunca más. Yo creo que esto, la zona del breakout, donde fue importante para acá, es algo que vamos a retestear. 1909, hablando técnicamente. Yo sé que la gente va a decir, es imposible. No estoy diciendo que mañana, pasado. Va a tomar bastante tiempo. Como pueden ver, al oro le toman 10 años esos niveles importantes. Después de llegar ahí, cae por muchísimos años entre un 50-70% y después continúa. ¿Ok? Es en donde estamos. Vamos con el HPDR para que lo puedan ver rápidamente en donde estamos parados. Ya estamos en el 95%. La última vez que topamos, cuando en el 95%, que es esta línea, vamos a ver cuándo fue. Déjeme regreso eso donde estaba. O sea, ya estoy en el 91. Aquí estás. En el 79. 79 y 80. Fue la última vez que topaste en esta zona súper, súper comprado. ¿Ok? Y esto es un gráfico trimestral. Vamos a un gráfico mensual. Gráfico mensual, lo mismo nos pone en este paradigma el 95%. Y hemos encontrado topes justamente ahí en el 2020. Justo ahí en el 2011. Pueden empezar a ver un poco a dónde voy con esto. Y ahora, no soy como antes, era anti-oro, ¿no? Y la chingada, no, totalmente me da absolutamente igual. Esto es algo bastante divertido. La parte alta, el 95% está en $3,600. ¿Podríamos llegar a $3,600? Nosotros creemos que ese podría ser literalmente donde esté el tope del tope del tope del tope del tope, pero de nuevo es casi imposible. Pueden ver acá que vamos al 97%, subiendo en la de 2 semanas, digo en la de 2 meses. Ya estamos en extremos. La parte alta de la zona acá, el 97% sería casi $4,000. Por ahora estamos encontrando una buena resistencia en la zona del 95%, por ahí de los $3,400. Vamos a ver cómo se da esto. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal también estás en 95%. De nuevo, estas cosas no se dan todo el tiempo. El último 95%, 2020, que fue la última vez que hizo ese gran pico. ¿Dónde más tenemos un 95%? O sea, ya estoy en 1914, en 2013. No mames, ya me mamé. Aquí está. Otro pico, 2011, que fue el pico tan famoso. Ahora, quiero que entiendan esto del oro. El pico tan famoso del 2011, y voy a quitar esto para ponerlo en una buena vista, para que lo puedan ver sin estupideces. El buen pico del oro en el 2011, justamente acá, ¿por qué llegamos a este pico y todo esto cayó? ¿Qué fue lo que pasó en toda esta temporada? Del 2011 hasta el 2020. SP500. ¿2011? Ajá. 2011. Hasta el 2020. La bolsa, un índice, subió 219%. En lo que el oro se durmió. La bolsa, por ende, ahora va a tener que hacer lo contrario en lo que el oro sube, que es lo que está pasando. Y una vez que el oro caiga, la bolsa va a continuar con fuerza a la alza. Y mucha gente dice, ¿pero cómo? La recesión en Estados Unidos. Recuerda, cuando ya te cuenten la recesión en Estados Unidos, es que ya pasó, ya llevas un rato en ella, ya estás acabándola. Y por eso no la han contado todavía. Estamos a punto de ver dónde va a acabar esto. Puede quedar hasta 12 meses. Yo lo he puesto que principios del 2025 o finales del 2020, no, finales del 2025, principios del 2026. Llevo un rato con esto y yo creo que eso es todo lo que nos está diciendo. Ahora, ¿puede esto acelerarse, todo cambiar y rápidamente pasar? Sí, porque es normalmente lo que buscan para que la economía no esté dada a la mierda por tanto tiempo. ¿Se va a poder? No tengo idea. Pero por ahora estás viendo al oro hacer máximo histórico en 3,414. Si puedes romper el máximo histórico en 4,430, vas a ir a 4,600. Si puedes romper 4,620 a la alza, tienes alta probabilidad de ir a los 4,000. Pero de no poder hacerlo y este ser tu tope, vas a tener una alta probabilidad de tener un retroceso multianual a la zona de los 1,900 a $2,000. Que esto, recuerden, en análisis técnico, cada que tienes este tipo de resistencias o soportes y lo rompes, el precio tiende a regresar para volver a continuar después su siguiente, ¿cómo se dice? Camino. Lo pueden ver básicamente acá. Una vez que llegó acá, regresó el precio y continúa la alza. ¿Y a dónde regresó? Justamente estos máximos del 2008, antes de que se cayera con todo el oro. Así que ahí lo tienen. Esto podría ser el siguiente movimiento del oro. Una vez más, todo el mundo alcista, expertos en aranceles alcistas, todos tus youtubers alcistas favoritos en oro diciendo que lo compres, y el dólar negativo. Si crees que Estados Unidos se acabó, ahora que están deteniendo el crimen, ahora que están empezando a hacer lo que habíamos dicho que es lo que se vería como el fondo de Estados Unidos, está bien, tienes todo tu derecho a decirlo. Deberías de entrar más al oro todavía porque Estados Unidos va a destruirse. Si crees que Estados Unidos va a recuperarse, tu movida está del otro lado. All righty, sir. Let's go. ETH.
Ethereum. Yes. Oh, ETH. How lovely. And I filled my short that was waiting to be filled for many days now. Many days.
Gotcha, bitch.
That was good. Yeah, literally. And that's how it feels, because I was pretty reluctant today on filling this and even maybe canceling it because whatever. But no, it's still a setup, and it was based on the 21, and it makes absolute sense. And as long as we don't take out this high, whatever, I'll just fill. And I did say that. I said, as long as, right, the daily on Bitcoin will guide my trades. If the daily EMA 100 gets reclaimed, I'll cancel BNB and ETH. But now I have to look at this as, well, I'm happy I filled at 1,630 because now the daily is kind of turning a little ugly on ETH. And I actually Solana and Binance, just simply based on how weak it's looking. Ethereum looks absolutely, to me, terrible. Now, yes, you did get a bounce at the EMA 100, right at that $1,450 zone. Makes sense. Mean line was there. We gauged a bounce just simply based on if you didn't get a bounce there, you're going to 500. So, right, logic says you should get some kind of bounce there, and we did. But now all this bounce has done, in my opinion, has reset volatility. We have daily BBWP fully reset. You have weekly BBWP about to actually either bounce here or reset. So I have to be on the camp that this is going to get a bounce here and we're going to resume up, but could reset, of course. 5-day as well. I mean, resetting, but again, not really doing much in terms for bulls. You got this mini move up, but now bears again are kind of flipping this. So now on the flip side, if this actually does reset, this could start causing the 5-day to go down, which could cause the weekly to actually get that bounce on that moving average. Well, then the 2-day here filled us right at that EMA 9. So, it's hard for me not to be a mega bear on Ethereum. Ethereum looks absolutely terrible to me. You can even make the argument we're just in this channel here, which is about to break, which has no coincidence with Bitcoin now at 88K, testing its weekly downtrend, not breaking it yet, which is a little odd to me. And to me, Ethereum looks ready to do some busting action to the downside. To me, I have one TP for the Academy, and that is at 500, and it's at $600. And I do believe that is going to play out. Now, it's all level dependent, of course. So ideally now we're short. I want this to break away, go to the 1,200 mark, maybe get a bounce from there, reject 1,500. And then from there, I want it to just capitulate to the 500s. What you're going to notice on this move on ETH is no one's going to be talking about it until it's already under 1,000. Just remember when we're talking about ETH right over here, talking about the big breakdown. Now it's looking highly probable to me to see a move down all the way to $600, which would absolutely flabbergast bulls. And honestly, probably make a lot of institutions kind of nervous as well, because you had a lot of institutional money flow into here when we've been saying and protesting, if this is a bear market, this is not good that Ethereum didn't break its all-time high. That's just generally a death sentence for any kind of altcoin. And I do think on this move down to ETH, you're just going to create more Bitcoin maxis because, well, a lot of people bought Ethereum over here. A lot of people, because they just never assumed it would ever even come down to here at 1400. So, you know, it made sense. We're getting a bounce if I extended this meme line simply based on this wick high, similar to like Bitcoin's, I don't even know. It's not even a 2018 high, because that would be like 18. That would be like way lower. That'd be like in the 30s. But this is like the equivalent of Bitcoin holding its 2021 market cycle high, essentially. Now, you know, you can see Ethereum. Where am I now? Yeah, we have not even been able to reach that, so we can't even use that as a gauge. That's why it's confusing me. But you know, we'll use the 2018, and that's why, you know, a bounce made sense. But I think this bounce is going to be short-lived, and now that the Academy has filled their shorts, I think we're good to go, boys. So, you know, unfortunately, this just is looking ready to break down to me. I'm wrong on this totally. If we get back above, what was it, 1,000? Basically, if we break 1,700, totally wrong on this. And Ethereum probably makes a move all the way back up to 1,800 to maybe even all the way up to 1,900. Until then, this just gave us a super nice RR short. Academy stop loss never got hit at 1,692, and this is green now. So nice, not bad. Daily's absolutely looking ugly. You'll know this is in breakdown posturing if you get any daily close below yesterday's low, wick low. So if you get any daily close under this low, you'll know we're breaking this channel down. And remember, this is real subjective. I could draw it here. I like drawing it at the lowest point, how I draw them, which would be this wick low. And we draw it out. I could make it match if I want to be aggressive like this. And it just tells us kind of what we already know. A move is pending on ETH, and this is going to be more probabilistic to the downside, and that's just based on trend. So, you know, it's like not good. It's not good, boys. We have the 9 crossing the 21. Right around here is when that occurred, and you can see we did end up testing the lows again. So very minimum, ETH can just go back down to 1,400. But I personally don't think it's going to stop there. And that's just simply based on the monthly here. We were talking about this, and this is now breaking out. And it's also, right, from a regression from 2021, 2024. Now we're breaking out. But you also know, and I was talking about this when ETH was right around here, that if this is truly going to be an actual channel that I've drawn on for years now, just 2 lines on my ETH chart, then we are technically going to see a move in April, is what I said. So we have front ran it. We got to the end of this. This did actually play out. Now, you know, looking back, and this acted as like the bearish retest. And that's why these are real subjective, because I could have drawn it like this, and I could then claim victory. Oh, look, it bearish retest, and it did do it. No, I don't draw it like that. But it front ran it, at least is what I'm looking at. So this has all the potential now to go all the way back down to 500. This was been a channel formed since 2021. So this low, when we went to 900, was calculated. These highs were calculated, and now this breakdown got everyone trapped. So how funny would it be if Ethereum just literally capitulated down to here and then just did this for years? It's like a heart rate. How funny. Like, that's literally how crypto is. And then maybe we do one more wick down, and then that's the bottom. And we do this, and then we make a move up to like 1,500, and then we nuke down. We got to flip all these highs back into support, and then we go up. Like, that's like 2030. We could be moving up on ETH again. No cap. Like, I'm not kidding. You can't tell me it didn't do the same thing on XRP, where we just didn't move at all for years to come. Years and years to come. I'm trying to find XRP. Years and years to come, right? It didn't come.
It just didn't.
Right, it just couldn't come. But then it came eventually. Years went by. I'm just gonna stop. Years went by though. That's my point, is that, you know, these charts can get so ugly, it just makes people never want to touch them again. This is where we're gonna be buying, right here. right? Because I could even do another meme line here. I can do, well, I do actually, I forgot it's based on the dotted. Let me just make that solid. So now it's like, all right, I have a buy range. Cool. I got to see this wick high flipped. This is very important for me. If this doesn't flip, well, I never want to touch Ethereum again. We're probably going to go back to the 160s. And I'm just not going to touch this ever again. But you see like the scenario where you just wick down, take all the stops, go here, quickly get bought up, consolidate for years again. No one ever wants to touch ETH, and then you make your move back up to 1500. That to me seems really, really, really probable. So this is still what I'm talking about. And I'm still going to be on this camp on Ethereum as long as we are under 2,500. That 500 to 600 is coming. It's just more a matter of when, not if. And let's just see if the HPDR can even give me any confluence of that idea. Probably more on
By
the
the way,
higher. Let's see.
Sol's actually now starting to show signs, signals of breaking down, and also that goes with your Bitcoin going down. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Because I said to the Discord, I'm not touching Sol unless I get a blaring obvious short trigger, because it took my money 2 times now. But Binance and ETH, I'll roll the dice, absolutely. And this is already a massive profit from 1,630 shorts. And I even gave an 88K short on our Discord and our Academy. So, you know, the bearish vibes, my balls were tingling. So it's important. So even the HPDR says, you know, if you get a move down to like here, yeah, you're at the, you know, monthly 95, 99.7 and 100% range, should see some bounce. Basically is the 100% range here. Notice this though, the 88.3 is at 1,250. I know that 1,200 is very important for ETH. That's why I said if we dump down, probably get a bounce at 1,200. You probably flip 14 to 1,500 in the resistance. That's where you capitulate. There's no coincidence right here at 1,200. There's a major gap down from there to 600. Yeah, there's just, this was a major inefficiency left for ETH. This was fun and nice, but this just left really not good stuff for bulls. I would have really preferred ETH, and honestly, ETH probably would have performed better if it actually did end up going back to $400. I remember I wanted that to actually happen, but it went to like 800, 900, and then you just slow grind it up. I feel like ETH would have done a lot better if it just fulfilled the prophecy and went down to 400, because now it has to still do it, and it still has to, you know, fill this inefficiency that still has never been filled. And you can't tell me that Ethereum doesn't like to do this, where you'll have previous breakout points on the chart, and then you'll zoom up. It seems like we're never ever going to go back to $84 again, never ever, especially when ETH's at 1,400. You come all the way down, you back test it, you fulfill the bear prophecy. That was a bottom. You hit it again, bottom, boom. So why can't that happen again? And it's just, now we're just flipping this and this into support. It's the same thing that happened in 2018, where Ethereum literally collapsed 93%. So why it definitely can do that is my point. Like it absolutely can do that. It absolutely unequivocally can go back to like 93%. We'll call it 90% because there's diminishing returns. And there you go. Now you have a 400 ETH. So, you know, I'm still on the camp on that. I think, you know, if bulls want hopium, I'll say it again, get back above essentially 2,500. Yeah, get it back above 2,500 and I'll be bullish on ETH. Until then, this is how bear markets should act, in my opinion, just aggressively down, and any rally up gets sold down, and it's just brewing a major final leg down. I think Bitcoin is too. But why 2,500 for me? Well, the weekly EMA 100 will get reclaimed. You're back above the median. On the daily, you're back above all major moving averages and the estimate 200. So that's a good gauge to say, line in the sand. It's like you get back above here, this blue line, great. I'll be a bull on ETH, and we can start talking about 28s to 3,200 again, and maybe even getting a chance to break out. This could be some macro fake breakdown, and then we go up. But until then, I mean, I just think like people buying Ethereum and have been telling their community to buy Ethereum just don't understand TA, because I've been on the camp since essentially February that ETH's been in a bear market. And that's just simply based on the monthly 9 getting lost. Here I said it as well, and then we reclaimed it, we held it, we lost it, talked about this zone being very important for ETH, which it was, rejected down, lost the EMA 9 with this breakdown confirmed. It's like, you know, it's really cooked. It's really, really cooked. I would not see any reason to buy Ethereum. And even on the monthly chart, it's so cooked that this move is just freshly getting on. That's how cooked this move is. Where like if Bitcoin really isn't a bear market and we truly go to like 59K, yeah, ETH will be at like $400 or $500. Because if it's already at 1,500, which remind yourselves that is right around the 2022 area, that's not good. So, you know, ETH is extremely more weaker than Bitcoin is my point. Let's look at ETH BTC. Maybe I'm totally wrong on this idea though. And ETH BTC will tell me if I'm wrong. So
Shorts are printing.
oh yeah, they are. Oh yeah, they are. You know, that was to post short on the Discord when everyone's giving me clown emojis. Like I wasn't wrong on the short idea. I just was early, and also I was right on stocks dumping. Bitcoin just had other plans, and that's fine. She's dirty. We know she's dirty. She loves the dirty man. She's the dirtiest girl I know. That's why we also love her, because now we're banging 88K shorts and the plan still stays on. And right, it's like, was unicorn money lying or was ES1 lying? I've been saying that all day. So yeah, who's lying here? I gotta say it's probably unicorn magic internet money. So ETH BTC looks absolutely terrible. You've just been stuck in this range. Remember when we were at the 2.3s and I was getting quite bullish on alts here? I just, you know, as long as you're under 2.3 on ETH BTC, you have no reason at all to play alts, and that has played out pretty nicely. When I said that here, you know, I just said at this point, alts are off the board for investing, and that has worked well. And that's simply based on one level, and that's the 2.3. We have the next line at 1.634. It's very important there. It's a big spot. Right? That's still a 10% move down, though. You should gauge some reaction there, in my opinion. So I bet you that is probably when we come all the way down to here. I wonder where ETH will be. Well, I bet you that's probably when it's at 1,200. And then that's probably when we get our bounce. And I also bet you that the weekly 9 will probably be more down. I bet you the 5 at least will. Yeah, it is. And I bet you when ETH's at 1,200, we probably end up getting that bounce that I talked about right at 1,200. And then we end up retesting 1,400 to 1,500. So that to me would make a lot of sense. It would be to the book. You would gauge also a retest like this. And that probably plays into, well, Ethereum versus Bitcoin getting some reaction at the 1.62 level. You know, especially since you're at the 88.3%. Now, I could be wrong on that. Maybe we don't bounce. Maybe we just full on capitulate, or we just range. It's like going to be this, or it's going to be, and then the ranges step down, and then we can just break down again, or it's just going to be like what we had here, where we did bounce, but it didn't do anything, and then we broke down more. So like we could bounce, but it's not going to do anything, and then we'll break down more. Because you know, it was very questionable, this move on ETH when we did get that like capitulation candle. Why did we stop at the EMA 100? That was just a little odd to me. You know, rejected the 9. It's like, if we were really strong, this should have been reclaimed and we should have held it. This is why I look at little detail like that on the chart. Why did I just go short on Bitcoin at 88 when I just told everyone I was going to wait on the daily? I look at little detail and I'm like, well, why didn't Bitcoin on today, when shorts like me are just out, we got stopped, why did we stop here? I even have a line there at the green line. Why did we stop there? Like, that's odd to me. And then you look even deeper and you're like, well, why did we even stop here at this wick high? That's odd too. We never took it out ever. I mean, this was at 88.5 and this went to 88.465. I have to look at that as like part of the, now we're doing the dirtiness to bulls, because this got so close to a weekly trend shift and it actually did not yet. I was saying that, okay, we're going to the 21, probably going to bust up and then flip the trend. That did occur. We did bust up once we took this high. That's why I was stopped out at 86.5. But now, I mean, when I was looking when I was in the bathroom, I was looking and I was like, that's a little odd. And Bitcoin was at 88.1. It was like playing around here. That to me is very key detail that I have to look at as a trader, because this not getting taken out means that we then potentially have a stupid RR short loading while everyone's bullish now. Shorts like me don't want to get in until the daily. This could just be blaring obvious in a short idea. And the idea now is, yeah, you stay under 88.5 or be conservative, use 88.7, but we use 88.5. Why? Because that was the last high before we got a lower low. So 88.5 to me is solid. And that's why I ran the shorts there. 88, 88.2 entry, run your stop at 88.5. I'm dead wrong if we take this out. I can't give bears any more hopium than this. But when I look at something like that, and I know how trend works, I know how dirty Bitcoin is, I literally got kind of excited. I even posted on Twitter. I didn't trust this pump after I saw that. So I am pretty confident now that this is still in a downtrend on the weekly, and this was just extremely, extremely, extremely dirty. But if you've been watching us for a while, we say that Bitcoin is dirty. She's very dirty. So would that really surprise you, Alejandro, to miss the weekly trend shift by like $100 on Bitcoin?
No, and it's always going to play that fucking dickwad game, right? This is why I put my shorts and I just went to bed, because if I play the game and get stopped out and do this, I know it's going to go down. I just know it, and that's my big bet, right? Like we said, we're going to grab our balls and just fucking bet on whatever we truly believe. Here we are. It loves playing dirty. You
so
fucking are the teacher of the dirty dancing here.
It loves it. And so let's mentally note that for next time. Because it did it the same thing here, right? It literally did it because right, this was the low, this was the lower low, so we have to gauge this is the last lower high, not this one, not this one, this one, or gosh, no, it did trend shift. God, this is so dirty. I was gonna say it did do that almost, but what threw me off was this low, this lower high, really, and then this lower low. Then we broke that, boom. Didn't take out this high. So yeah, it's just all around fucky. This is why boomers don't like trading Bitcoin. Because it's not easy or fun. But my point being, we almost, if this was like the lower high, which technically to the book it's not, we got very close to breaking it as well. That was what I was going to say. So then here on the weekly, we got very, very close to breaking it. Never did. And yeah, that's it really. I mean, kind of dirty on Bitcoin, but also very fun because, it's like I was fine getting stopped out at 86.5, perfectly fine with that, whatever, because I just know the significance of this, and there's just like no reason to take a stop to 88.2 very minimum, 87.3. It's like 86.5 I was okay to like scale in shorts and be wrong here. But now I'm short again, and my stop's at 88.5. We break that though, yeah, I don't have any really hopium for bears anymore, because that will mean that the weekly trend has shifted. We are now well above the 9. And that's why I keep saying I want to see this daily churn ugly or at least reject. It has, and now we're under the EMA 100. That's great. As long as we're under there, we still could get an easy move up into tonight and then do something like this and then reject. Easily could do that. Very, very easily could do that. And you're just still using maybe this as your stop, but you should just be gauging 88.5 as your stop. So shorts are printing, and that is really good to see. We just now need bears in full force to reject us. Not bull flag here. We need us to actually start rejecting down. Notice we got the bounce at the 9, so that's fine, but got to start rejecting and breaking down here. We don't want this to hold. When's the hourly closing? So we just got a 15-minute. That's nice. All right, so yeah, I mean, can this hold as resistance at 87? Let's see. But on ETH, right? ETH is still very bearish to me. It's not really looking good. You're gauging a bounce at the 1623. Honestly, I wouldn't even be looking at ETH spot. I'd just be gauging ETH BTC. Once you get to this zone at 1623, you could try to punt an extremity long and a mean reversion long, meaning you're probably going to get a reaction here, very minimum reaction. Very well, it's just going to be another lower high. That could lead nicely to a nice potential long on ETH around the 1200 zone. I won't take that. I'll rather than just be sitting on my hands, and I'll add to my short at 1500 to 1400, and I'll move my stop down to here now. So yeah, that's kind of all I have on ETH. To me, it's like, again, 2,500, line in the sand, get back above there. Okay, cool. Ethereum bulls can dunk on me. Until then, I mean, I've just been a mega bear on ETH for months. It's been playing out very nicely. I hope it's helped people, because you don't want to just be investing here and here and here and here because, you know, your favorite influencers buying it. No, I'm rather than going to start scaling buys here. That to me is fine. I'm perfectly fine buying it at 600, 500. But if we start losing this, I'm not going to be okay scaling again at 160s. I'll be 50% almost down on my investment. So that's not okay to me. But, you know, if you ask Sailor, he'll be okay with that because, well, I guess his investment is a little different than mine. I like investing in things that I think will bounce, not just dying and dying and dying and dying. Now we're in negatives. But rather like, okay, let's do this. And I buy, and I'll just keep buying every week, whatever. Because I know the significance of this level. Everyone at this point will say ETH is cooked. Your favorite influencer will not be buying Ethereum. I promise you, if it's back around here, we will. And then when the move even happens to 1500, we're now up 3x on our buys, on our investment. That's crazy. And then we'll have to see the reaction. And maybe I sell, maybe we keep it. And then this just becomes a generational buying opportunity that we talked about here. I really do think ETH next cycle will perform well. I'm unsure if it will truly break its all-time high, but I do think next cycle it at least will get back above 2,000 again. So, you know, I at least will gauge then $400 buys is probably an easy 3x at that point.
Yeah, I never dare to tell anyone that he's going to go back up or he's not going to go back up or anything. But just after seeing XRP and what he did, it's just, yeah, you know, it's ETH, man. It's still the second largest guy, like as stupid as it is. And the guy has like the most beautiful purses I've ever seen a man carry. He knows what he's doing.
No, you're right on that. And that's why, like, I'm saying, like, it's not out of. I'm going to be investing in Ethereum at 400 or 500. Yeah. I'm going to be clenching. I'm not going to be too happy about it, but I will be. And if we like, okay, start like losing this zone, like here, okay, I'll just maybe sell for a little loss, whatever. Maybe it won't even be a loss. Maybe I start buying at 400, and then I'll just start buying at 160s, and it'll be the same idea. 160s to 77. Maybe we just quickly lose this, quickly SFP it. Well, I now know that's an SFP, so now I can go even more balls deep and maybe even leverage trade it. But until then, this is my spot buying place, and I've been saying this for months now. If we start getting this kind of price action on ETH, I'm going to be buying a lot of it, and I'm going to have my outlook being like 5 years, 10 years on these buys, because I honestly think this next bear market's going to be ugly. And I don't know if like we're going to recover and like how we always do every 4, 3, 2.5 years. I actually think we could be seeing something like this where it's just so prolonged and just so like crazy that it's just a total wipeout. Because the longer these bear markets chop, like for example, when Bitcoin was here, when Bitcoin was here and it was just doing nothing and it was just chopping, this is when altcoins died. Like here is when, no volatility, but this is when altcoins died. This is when your NFTs died. This is when nothing good happened for anything other than Bitcoin. And even Bitcoin, it just didn't do much. This is what we need in the markets. We need those fart coins, all the influencer coins, even President Trump coin. We need that shit to die. And all really in my opinion, all the reserve really did, the strategic reserve was make the next bear market a lot worse, because I'm sure a lot of like old people bought altcoins without understanding how these work. If you don't understand how altcoins work, that's crazy to just buy them. And I don't even think Trump knows how these work, honestly. I think one of their biggest bag is this one, SUI. So like, yeah, it's more bullish than ETH. I will say that 100%. But will it be when this shit goes down to here and then just doesn't do anything? Probably not. So yeah, that's all I have. I'm really not a bull on altcoins, and I actually do hope I get to talk to Benjamin Cowan on that, because I agree with his analysis totally on Bitcoin dominance, using the kind of the money supply and how he looks at everything. Like I think it's brilliant, honestly.
I've always said I've always said NFTs and anything Web3, anything altcoins is excess capital. We need that's where they thrive. If you're not living under excess capital policies, you're not going to see that going great. And let's pretend that my scenario here with deflation and all that shit is right. You're going to see completely the opposite of that. Like completely the opposite of that. And that's not good for crypto.
No, not at all.
If that's right. Yeah.
So
like you
before I go, I'll just share this. This is what I'll look at now. If you want to be aggressive, something like this. Maybe go higher. Boom. Smack down. 85.5 to 84s will be important.
Nice. Very nice, sir. Well, you're all set and done. Thank you so much for staying with me until the end. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries at all. And I'll be on the Discord. We know our stop loss on Bitcoin is at least okay at 85,500, because if we start taking that out, well, the weekly trend has shifted, and I don't have much then to give in regards to bear hopium. But hey, the daily EMA 100, we're now under it. We didn't take out that last lower high, so the weekly trend is still shifted, and we have bulls kind of doing victory laps now before daily close. Doesn't usually work out well in bear markets, so we'll have to see. I do appreciate all of you, and I'll see you guys on the Discord.
Thank you. Thank you. And to everyone here, just so you guys know, we already have the phone for WhatsApp for the signals. So there you go. Y para todos los que me están escuchando en español, tenemos ya por fin el teléfono que funciona con WhatsApp para las señales. Así que pronto les estarán llegando a su celular para que no se pierda ninguna. Vamos a ver el análisis de Ethereum. Ethereum muy interesante, en mi opinión. Algo, voy a decirles la verdad, acabo de mover esta línea meme acá. La tenía yo aquí abajo. Y... sí, me voy a atrever a moverla para acá. Ok, a los 1,100 y cacho dólares, básicamente. La razón por qué tiene más confluencia por acá en esta zona. Ok, vamos a empezar con el análisis de Ethereum. Ethereum, obviamente, lo que llama la atención de esta cosa es básicamente el cómo había logrado siempre hacer altos más altos, pero en este ciclo no lo logró. Lo que sí no ha hecho es llevarse estos bajos. Y esto es algo que mucha gente está diciendo que es probablemente lo que va a pasar, porque están esperando ver Ethereum más o menos por esta zona. Pueden ver exactamente dónde estoy poniendo esto para que lo vean con una línea de esas verdes. Se los voy a dejar ahí. Denme un segundo. Es más, mi tabla de Ethereum está volviendo más profesional, brother. Ok, listo. Y esta sería mi media del canal en ella. Con esto dicho, Ethereum no ha logrado mantenerse en una clara tendencia alcista. ¿Ok? Y lo que no ha logrado hacer eso es sencillamente por todas estas cositas, todos estos dibujillos que están viendo, que simplemente no nos pudimos llevar los altos pasados en 4,868. Nuestros altos más altos esta vez fueron 4,108 y acá 4,108 son los altos más altos que ha tenido Ethereum desde entonces. Desde entonces lo hemos visto caer. Vamos a empezar con las bases. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Todos ustedes para que lo vean. Bueno, en las 6 meses que va. Interesante la de 6 meses. ¡Wow! Vamos a ver la trimestral. No nos interesa tanto la de 6 meses. Esto lo pone muy fácil. Se los pone bastante sencillo. Además de eso, ¿qué creen? Estamos teniendo expansión de volatilidad ante esta caída. Lo pueden ver. No nada más eso, me parece que venimos del punto más bajo, del segundo punto más bajo de expansión de volatilidad, pero esta es la expansión más grande que ha hecho. Apenas está en 43%, lo que nos dice que podría continuar esto bastante fuerte a la baja. No nada más eso. He tenido esta línea meme acá, que ha sido soporte todo este tiempo y la rompimos a la baja. Normalmente cuando tenemos una ruptura de una línea tan importante como la que están viendo acá, lo que hacemos es venimos, retesteamos y caemos. Eso probablemente lo veamos en temporalidades más bajas. Acá lo que nos aguantó, que fue impresionante, es el EMA 34, que es el blanco, que está en los 1,418. Es lo que funcionó como soporte para aguantarnos. La cosa es, no catapultamos al alza. Esto nos pone... ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Normalmente cuando tocas un soporte por primera vez en su historia, y el precio va a continuar tendencia alcista, lo tocas y explotas a la alza, pero no lo hizo. Pueden ver que Ethereum está aquí atorado. Al estar aquí atorado, este delicioso Ethereum, esto nos podría estar diciendo que probablemente vayamos a ver más para abajo. Ahora, mi primer objetivo, que eran los 1400, ya lo tocamos. Mi siguiente objetivo, y había puesto yo, bueno, mi primer objetivo fueron los 1500. 1500 para abajo. Para mí va a ser difícil que Ethereum rompa los 1000, 1100. Yo creo que podríamos ver y jugar con este mínimo. Ahora, lo que les estoy diciendo es por adelantado y esto puede cambiar en cualquier momento. Pero si pueden ver dónde está esto, si les pongo esta línea acá, pueden ver que tocó acá, no logró hacer esto, hizo un front run a esta y acá tienes este mínimo. Los 878 probablemente aguanten y ni siquiera los toquemos. Tal vez nos quedemos en los 900, algo así, que todo el mundo crea, ok, esto va a caer a 500 y se vaya para arriba. Si Ethereum llega a bajar más de eso, sería un regalo. Y ahora mucha gente va a decir, pero ¿cómo sabes que va a volver a subir? No lo sé. Pero de ver XRP, de haber visto el comportamiento de XRP, de cómo pudo lograr lo mismo que Ethereum en los ciclos pasados, altos, 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 y simplemente no lo hizo en el pasado y en este sí, yo creo que Ethereum puede lograr hacer lo mismo. Así que puede que aquí haya un trade bueno, aunque puede estar completamente equivocado. Si hablamos solamente de tecnología, sabemos Solana es mucho mejor y cualquier otra tecnología de smart contracts es mucho mejor que Ethereum, mucho más barata, mucho más rápida, dinámica y no tiene un fundador que lleva las bolsas más extravagantes del mundo a todos lados. ¿Yes, sweetie? Ah, perdón, mi mujer está acá con Vinny the Pitbull. Con eso dicho, esta es la trimestral, estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 5 y el 5 está por debajo del 9. Esto nos da debilidad. Esta debilidad nunca antes la habíamos visto. ¿Ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? A ver el promedio del 5 en la trimestral por debajo del promedio del 9. Pueden ver acá, apenas si se logró hacer, pero siempre estuvo el 5 por encima del 9. Y quiero ver si acá abajo estábamos el 5 por debajo del 9, en lo que fue probablemente el fondo. ¿Y esto cuándo cambió? Acá en julio del 2019. Y una vez que lo volví a retomar, pues explotó a la alza. Pero eso nos dice que estamos en una posición ya muy bajista en Ethereum. Estamos ya en un lugar bastante negativo y puede continuar. Estamos también siendo rechazados por el promedio del 21. Estamos literalmente rangueando entre el 21 y el 34 y eso no es bueno. Como tenemos suficiente información en Ethereum porque ha estado cotizando por mucho tiempo, quiero ponerles esto. Ethereum en la trimestral está perdiendo el 38.2%, la zona azul, y eso nos dice que nuestra siguiente parada deberían de ser los 1337. Todavía faltan 2 meses y 10 días para cerrar esto, lo que todavía le da un poco más de confluencia a ello. Y de llegar ahí, el 61.8% debería de aguantarnos en los 1085. De no aguantarnos, siguiente nivel serían los 757, que borraría todos estos mínimos y ahí tendría completamente la boca llena de razón, Alex, en los $500. Ahora, háganle caso a Alex, háganle caso a Farhan. Yo no sé lo que estoy hablando. Yo ya saben que soy principiante en esto. Solamente llevo 5 años haciéndolo así. Acá, esto del 61.8%, si no nos llega a aguantar una vez más, que es donde justamente tenía esta línea, en realidad, meme, en los 1081, de no llegar a aguantar, ahí es donde perderíamos más. Ahora, esto podría perderse en un flashazo acá y regresar a la alza, pero por ahora, Ethereum, si eres alcista en Ethereum, quiere cerrar por encima de 1607. 1607 esta vela trimestral para poder mínimo ir a buscar la media en los 2800. De no poder hacerlo, vas a ir a buscar primero los 1342 y después los 1100, para que lo tengan en mente. Vamos a la mensual. Además, tienes un setup de volatilidad ante esta empuje a la baja y además divergencias bajistas en todos lados. Podemos ver también la mensual. Ethereum está básicamente cayendo y la volatilidad está apoyando este movimiento. La volatilidad se encuentra justo en el 26%, por encima del promedio, continúa. Y eso no es bueno para toda la gente que está volteando a ver esta tabla con esta caída tan potente de Ethereum. Aunque no, las malas noticias es que estas cosas subieron bastante y ahora solamente estamos entre el 61.8% y el 78%. Tranquilamente podemos ir al 88% o al 95% que está por ahí de los $600. No puede ser. Voy a borrar este de los 666. Espero no llegar a tocarla. Yo creo que estos 800 es hasta donde vamos a quedar. Por ahí pronto, brother. Un poco más arriba de eso. Vamos a la de 2 meses. Digo, 2 semanas. 2 semanas pueden ver que sí estamos cayendo hasta el 88.3%, que es donde está nuestro S&P 200. De perder los 1,507, estás hablando una vez más de 1,370. Esos 1,370 salen una y otra vez y eso nos podría llevar literalmente a nuestro siguiente objetivo, que para mí está por ahí de los 1,000 y cacho. Aquí lo tienen, es el 100% a la baja. Semanal. Déjenme ver la de 2 semanas si tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta super caída. Debería de, exactamente. Sí, exactamente. Pueden ver la expansión de volatilidad, la caída y la expansión está en esta vela roja potente. Semanal, ¿tenemos algo de lo mismo o ya llegamos a extremos? Llegamos a extremos y es lo que ha estado literalmente manteniéndonos aquí abajo desde que llegamos a esos extremos. Vamos a esperar a que la volatilidad semanal reinicie para poder dar nuestro siguiente movimiento adelante en Ethereum. Diaria ya está preparando ese movimiento que se va a tener que calentar en la semanal con la volatilidad regresando por debajo del 15%. Ese fue el cero que vimos en marzo. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó en marzo? ¿Qué fue lo que pasó más o menos por acá? Por acá, tío. O sea, 1 o 2 velas estas. Que fue cuando nos preparamos a caer con este aumento de volatilidad. Sí. Y ahora nos está preparando otro setup de volatilidad. Viéndolo con el HPDR por acá, podemos ver que estamos justo en medio, siendo rechazados por la media, creando una vela topera, además de perdiendo el promedio del 5 y el 9 en la diaria. ¿Me estás jodiendo, Ethereum? No, no me está jodiendo. Siguiente objetivo de no poder pasarlos en 6 horas y 25 minutos, 1,556. De venir a romper los 1,556 a la baja, el 61.8%, en los 1,491 estaría llamando tu nombre y empiezan a abrirse las oportunidades una vez más potentes para tal vez un rebote en un long de corto plazo para Ethereum en esta zona. Vamos a verlo y a manejarlo paso a paso, simplificándoles todo un poco. Es bastante sencillo. Honestamente, Ethereum no se ve nada bien. Nada bien. Si queremos ser alcistas, queremos definitivamente primero llevarnos los 1,688, de ahí romper los 1,756 y esta línea meme y meternos en los 1,900, 1,850. Hasta no llegar ahí, vamos a continuar bajistas y es lo que parece ser el sabor de lo que vamos a continuar viendo. Me habían pedido que viéramos Tesla. Soy el operador de Tesla oficial de Elite Trading Academy, así que ahí les va, cabrones. Tesla es bastante fácil. Se los he dicho 1000 veces. En Tesla solamente vamos a ser alcistas si podemos romper la zona de los $300. Por ahora estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 100, estamos perdiéndolo en realidad y eso nos pone el objetivo una vez más donde estaba mi primera entrada, por ahí de los 216 en Tesla. Ya lo tocaste 1, 2, 3 veces, esta va a ser la cuarta. Vamos a romper esto, vas a la zona de los 200, debajo de los 200, vas a la zona de los 185 y ahí es donde vamos a tener que ver exactamente si vamos a aguantar o no, en los 185. Y eso, básicamente Tesla rompiendo los mínimos que había logrado acá, o sea, esta línea de tendencia que viene en diagonal a la alza. Si rompemos esto, yo creo que sí nos vamos a llevar estos mínimos, pero no estos en 100. Y esto nos pondría en una oportunidad de oro en la zona de los 120 para poder acumular Tesla a largo plazo. Ahora, yo estoy viendo a Tesla más como inversor a largo plazo. Para hacer trades, literalmente estaría viendo acá en los 216 para ver si me aviento un long, porque recuerden, en un mercado bajista los mejores momentos son los rebotes potentes. Entonces, igual y aquí va a existir la oportunidad de hacer un long en lo que estamos viendo a todo el mercado cayendo el día de hoy y cripto que tuvo esos buenos rebotes importantes. Personalmente creo que esto puede revertirse mañana, tener a cripto una caída potente y empezar a ver el mercado repuntar. La razón por la que podría repuntar simplemente es porque los aranceles hicieron que la gente fuera a gastar más y eso puede demostrar números un poco distorsionados para toda la gente que no los entiende y que disfruta de la propaganda de todos los medios. Eso nos podría dar un buen rebote de acá hasta acá. La mejor parte de esto es que si vas a abrir un long por acá, un segundo, acá está. Si voy a abrir un long acá, vean. Esto era un long porque esto es un corto ahora. Un segundo. Si quiero abrir... Sí, ¿no? Es esto. Ok. Un long básicamente lo haría aquí abajo en los 2.16 y mi stop loss está acá. Ahora, ¿a dónde creo que va a ir mi... Cabrón, no, ya la cagué por hacerlo tan chiquito. Ya vi lo que mi cerebro no entendía. En un segundo. Yo creo que va a ser más fácil ponerlo una vez más. Pinche estúpido. ¡Estúpido! Como diría Goku cuando derrota a Freezer. Ok. ¿Dónde pondría mi stop loss? ¿Dónde pondría mi objetivo de esto? Stop loss lo pongo aquí, abajito de esta línea, en literalmente 213. Tal vez me pueda acercar más y hacerlo más chico. That's what she said. Y sí. Acá. Ok. En 214.12. Y $300 es donde me llevaría acá mi lana. Ni siquiera me atrevería. Llegaría solamente el retesteo del 9 y el 21 por esta zona. Esto te daría un 33% de ganancia contra 1% de pérdida. Esto sería una oportunidad de rebote. Ahora, va a aguantar esta zona. Ya la tocamos. Una, la hiciste el front run. Dos, sería la tercera. Tercera tal vez. Cuarta vez tal vez no. Entonces tienes que estar al pendiente acá. Pero lo bueno es la invalidación es tan corta aquí para toda la gente en el eTrading Academy que podría aprovechar de este rebotillo con BTCC. Está bastante sencillo. Ahora, índices y todo eso están en caída absolutamente dura el día de hoy. No estamos rompiendo estructura en nada, pero estamos viendo debilidad en los promedios, bajando los promedios de corta duración por debajo de los de alta duración y eso no es bueno para nada. Por ahora, nuestro siguiente objetivo en el SP500 deberían ser los 5,000 y continuar. El dólar continúa un poco en este jugadón que le está haciendo a la gente. Sin nada más. La razón por la que Bitcoin había recuperado un poco fue porque el dólar subió. Esto acaba de regresar la relación dólar-Bitcoin. Eso quiere decir que Bitcoin sí se va a ir al pito cuando el dólar expanda y haga lo que tiene que hacer. Fuera eso, nada más que reportarles. Ahí lo tienen. Y de nuevo, no tienen que quedarse justamente con lo que lo que estamos viendo en versión en macro. Lo que sí es, tenemos bastantes ideas de trades por acá muy interesantes, como la de Tesla, por ejemplo. El SP también va a rebotar, que estoy viendo por acá, el DXY, que también está a punto de rebotar. Personalmente, puse mi orden en una de estas. Ya compré mis dólares el día de hoy cuando el peso está en 19.6 por dólar. Voy a empezar a tomar esas compras y también con el euro en 1.15 voy a empezar a comprar. Esa todavía no la hice, no sé por qué chingados, y ahorita la voy a poner a hacer. Así que ahí lo tienen para todos ustedes, alcistas, bajistas. Honestamente, somos bajistas ahora. Debería de haber diferentes cosas que nos hagan cambiar de opinión, pero como todas las temporalidades de alto, de trimestral, mensual, etcétera, en todas las tablas y 2 semanas son bajistas, vamos a quedarnos bajistas por un rato. Lo que sí podemos disfrutar son de rebotes potentes y también de cuando los precios regresan a retestear zonas importantes para continuar sus caídas. Y es lo que vamos a tomar ventaja de. Para todos los miembros del eTrading Academy, muchísimas gracias por vernos y ahorita les vamos a decir y soltar la sopa y esperemos estar ya en comunicación de mensaje directo con ustedes a través de WhatsApp el día de hoy. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho, muchas gracias por su tiempo, pórtense bien, feliz lunes, pásenla muy bien y feliz semana, cabrones. Pórtense bien, pórtense bien.